Good afternoon. It's 1:35. Today is August the 10th, 2021. I'll call the Lubbock City Council to order. We are in work session this afternoon. It's our first regular scheduled meeting of the month of August, and meeting was posted and called as required by state law. We have two items in work session today, and following that, we do have need for an executive session. In work session, we will return to our budget work first. Following that, we will see a presentation regarding we'll see a presentation and have some discussion about the proposed employee wellness program. And we've got there you go again. That's right. Yeah. First sign up, first enrollee. Yes. Yeah. So if there's nothing else, council, before we get going, I'll call item 1.1 up, which is presentation and discussion of the proposed FY 2021-2022 operating budget and capital program, and give the floor to the city manager, Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. And before I jump in, on behalf of myself and the staff, we do want to thank all of y'all for the time you spent with us last week. I think it was productive. The list I have for today that staff is going to present to you is really only 3 points that are still open. Certainly, council, if you have anything in addition, this is your time as well. Today, we want to talk about the tax rate. The second two, you could probably combine. We have a question related to the proposed water rate increase and also the funding source for the second of the elevated storage tanks. With no further ado, I'm going to jump into the portion on the tax rate. So if Mr. Kostelich would jump us forward there. So council, recall we told you last week that how we had presented the tax rate was subject to change as we ended up with both the state finishing its revised worksheet, sending that to the Lubbock Central Appraisal District, them doing their statutorily required calculations, and then getting them back to us. If you'll humor me, some of this does not sound logical, but if you'll humor me just a minute, I'll work my way through it. First, we'll start with the state required language because the revenue year over year is going up. This budget will raise more total property taxes than last year's budget by $4,100,044 or 4.30%. Of that amount, 2.195 to 84, $2,195,284 is tax revenue to be raised from new property added to the roll this year, or property that was not taxed last year. Mayor and council, the 4.1 million number is actually up now by $81,711 from where we left it. I'll go down into the rate portion and explain why. So the no new revenue rate that we discussed a week ago was 50.5659 pennies. That no new revenue rate now is 49.771 pennies. It has gone down. That means other numbers went up. That changes your voter approval tax rate to 52.3230 pennies. It was 52.7142 in the preliminary calculations. We do have an unused increment that is now on here because it is an add to the worksheets that was not there previously. We do not propose to use the increment, but that number represents the equivalent amount by which we did not go to the 3.5% voter approval rate last year. It's the carryover. It's the carryover, and it only generates anything if we add it on top of a particular year's tax rate. We are not doing so, but we are showing it because that is now part of those calculations that we look at. Voter approval tax rate, if we took the unused increment, would be 52.6862 pennies. Again, we are not proposing the unused increment, so those two numbers there are really presented because we're supposed to. The proposed tax rate now is 52.323 pennies. When we came to you a week ago, it was 52.5641 pennies. Okay, so it has gone down. Revenue has gone up very, very slightly, but that is where we ended up after we finished the math. In simple terms, last week we proposed a 1.6 penny decrease in the tax rate. We now propose a 1.8 penny decrease in the tax rate. Note that this does equal 3.5% under the new calculations. We were at 3.2% last time, but your rate decrease is larger. Mayor, that's a lot of confusion. If there are any questions, I can try, or we can go to the illustrative slides on the next page.
Council, any questions on that? Mr. Griffith.
You just covered this, Mr. Atkinson, but I want everybody to understand on the unused increment is carryover from last year. Correct. You said that, but that's how we're basically staying. Not using that.
We're not going to use that.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Maybe another way to say that was if we chose to use the increment, you could go to 52.6862 pennies.
Okay. I see.
Without requiring the election that would follow in November. We are not proposing to use that. We propose to stay at the 52.323 pennies.
Okay.
1.8 pennies less than the current year.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Atkinson, the 3-year roll on that unused increment. So how does the timing of that work? Is it 3 years and then you can, in the 4th year is when you can use it, or do you have to use it in that 3rd year?
You can use it at any point. By the 4th year, if there was any unused increment from year 1,
It goes away.
it goes away.
Okay.
And then you add year 4 to it. So it's 2, 3, 4.
So it's really two years of roll plus what you do in your current year.
Yes. And it will, the year 1 will expire and fall off if you choose not to use it.
And what I think I heard you say is we will not add to that this year. We're going to go right up to the 3.5.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. And I also think I understand that 54% of the new revenue that we'll recognize from property tax is from new properties coming on the rolls. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I think we can
That's a
maybe
high-class
show that.
problem. Yeah,
Excuse me?
that's a high-class problem. That's good.
It's an excellent
Good
situation to
news.
be in.
Yes. Okay. Other questions on this slide? I think it's probably gets a little, I think it makes more sense as we go forward. Okay, let's move on. Let's move along, please.
Council, you'll recognize this slide from day 1 from last Monday. It has now adjusted to match what we just showed you on this first slide. And again, the reason is because the no new revenue rate changed in the appraisal district calculations, which then changes both the new property and the existing property. So we start at the top, 4.1 million in new revenue. As the mayor noted, over half of that comes from new property that was not taxed at this rate last year. This is the $81,711 increase from where we were last Monday. Go to the left, that is the portion of that increase that goes to the general fund. It's just a little under $3 million. What has changed here is the portion of that that's made up by existing property that had appraisal growth has increased very slightly. It increased by $54,000. That causes a corresponding decrease against the part of the money that comes out of the new property. And then that moves over to economic development. It moves over to the debt portion of that. And in all cases, that math is going to be ratioed the same. Okay. And I think on the next slide, I can show the effect on single family home, which really is, I think, the best way to characterize it. So if council's good with that, we'll move to that slide. So there is no change on the house on the left. That's where we are today. There's no change on the house on the left. There's not a change in the value increase, the 6.53% that averaged across this class of properties. What has changed is on the right. So when we looked at the house on the right, this being the New Year's house, the one that was affected by the roughly $10,400 increase in value. Last Monday, we were at $887 owed for city tax. You're now at $883 city tax. The appraisal growth is $56.03 because we are pulling down the rate, still an increase, but we're pulling the rate down. The rate decrease equals a savings of $30.97. That's up $5. That's $5 more savings than we had last Monday. So that is the impact on your average single family home for the proposed tax rate.
I guess the number that's, am I missing it? But the number that's missing there is that the average single family home will see a $25 and change increase in their property taxes this year.
That is
Or about
correct.
$2 a month.
Yes.
You have to do the math in that, the house on the right to figure that out.
And we can add that to both houses
I think that'd be instructive.
when we come forward for the hearings.
Questions, council? All right, let's continue.
Thank you. We're going to move into the discussion on the water and wastewater questions. Mayor, if you
Jared,
would-
before we leave that, there's reasons why those values moved around. And I don't want people to think that blues folks were just, weren't carrying their sevens and doing, we got final values last week. Go through that process. I think it's a bit of inside baseball, but I think if someone's watching at home, having trouble sleeping, that this would be something that they might enjoy hearing about. So just at a high level, if you would, please.
Absolutely. And this will cure insomnia if they truly are in that position. So the new worksheet that comes from the state to the appraisal districts, and it applies to all taxing entities, not just the city of Lubbock. That new worksheet's now 16 pages long. It includes any and everything you can imagine. So what produced are changes. One, in all of these were little, so you have to take them in the cumulative. But one of the changes was property values that had been held out of the calculations because of protests. And then when there were decisions on protests, and some portion of those numbers now came back in. Well, those came in after Blues team had done their calculations that got us to where we had a budget, and it caused an adjustment. Changes in some of the exemptions, adjustments as sales taxes continued to move up. Remember, we have a credit against the tax rate for sales tax. So you have pieces of that. This is the year that the House bill for quote, don't defund the police for cities 250,000 and bigger comes in. Doesn't change your tax rate, but it's part of that worksheet. Blue, any other bigger ones that moved it?
When you say an exemption, give us an example of an exemption.
Homestead exemption and probably the what's commonly called the senior tax freeze. Shows up on your tax statement as the old age exemption.
What is that exactly?
That is a deal. So if we take the senior tax freeze, when you hit age 65, the value, the taxable value, be careful I say this right, the taxable value of your residence homestead is frozen. The value of the homestead is not frozen. It continues to increase. The market value continues to grow. You gain all those benefits. But the portion of which you are taxed against is frozen at whatever year that value was gained. So as you grow into that exemption over time, there becomes a larger and larger delta or difference between the market value and what the value that it's being taxed at. And that produces several lines on that worksheet. Homestead exemption is just removing a small amount of value from it. It doesn't freeze anything.
Thanks for going through that. Ms. Joy?
I just want people to be clear that it doesn't mean that the seniors are not paying tax. They're still paying based on that value that is set and
Correct.
whatever the new tax rate is, they're still paying. Okay, they're just paying less than they would if they weren't or hadn't claimed their exemption.
Right.
Okay.
And the exemption is not portable. And I think we saw some of that in the last, we actually got the final version of that worksheet at 2:00 Friday. But if someone that's in that eligible bracket were to move, the value is going to reset and it's going to freeze again, but it's going to reset and freeze at whatever that new property. So if they moved up, it freezes at a higher level. If they move down in property, it'll do the same there. That unlocks a small dollar value that moves some of our numbers by a few hundreds.
All right, let's go to water and wastewater model, please.
Okay, I'm going to ask Mr. Franklin to come up. Mayor, if you would maybe switch us to the podium input. Wood is going to do a very quick, very high level overview of kind of the strategic water plan. Then we're going to jump into the details of it when he finishes. So, Mr. Franklin.
Bear with me. Let's see. Good afternoon, Council Mayor.
Afternoon.
Like City Manager said, I'll kind of brief and go over a high level of our water supply and where we are and kind of when we expect to see some future needs for future water supplies.
Mr. Franklin, did we get this one in advance? We have this
Should
one?
have.
I
No,
don't,
we did
don't
not. Okay.
believe so.
Did
We
not.
we have the budget piece. We still have this, which is okay. Just
We'll
it to-
get this.
just
sent
get it to us
you.
later.
Yeah,
That's
it's
fine. That's
definitely
fine.
something that we can
Okay,
get for you.
thank you.
So sorry.
I didn't see it. That's what I was wondering. Okay.
I think we uploaded that just shortly before this meeting. Kind of go over, touch over our current water supplies that we have today. Most of you are aware that we have 4 water supplies: the Roberts County Wellfield, Lake Allen Henry, Bailey County Wellfield, and Lake Meredith. 2 of which, the Roberts County Wellfield and Lake Meredith, are part of the Cremwa Canadian River Municipal Water Authority. And that accounts for 61% of our City of Lubbock's water supply coming to the City of Lubbock. And right now, as of 2020, last year, our total demand, and we're going to talk in acre feet, was 40,722 acre feet out of all of those water supplies that the City of Lubbock used in 2020. Something that's very important on where we do and when we plan our future water supplies is our gallons per capita per day. And that's basically how many gallons each person requires in the City of Lubbock. And if you look at this, I've got the trend line in, I guess, the orange color going back all the way from 1981 all the way to now. And it's very important that that trend line has been coming down. So what that really says is our citizens have done a really good job conserving water. And so the very important thing about this slide is water consumption, water conservation helps delay future needs for future water supplies. So the less water that we use today, it just means that extends whatever projects that we need to have in the future. So it's very important. And this is a very good graph to show that our water consumption per person per day has been coming down. And so we're about 133 gallons per day per person. This is just a short brief about 10 years back and looking forward 10 years based of our water demand, our historic water demand. So what we're showing here in these gray bar graphs is the historic demand on an annual basis for the City of Lubbock. And the colored lines are what we have in our water, our strategic water supply plan of our expected water usage going out to the future. But more importantly, I've put on here that little yellow dash or the blue dash line. And that is our current water supply capacity based on all of our water supplies that we have today, those 4 water supplies I mentioned earlier. And that's at 45.77 acre feet annually, or 45,000 acre feet annually. And so what's important about this graph is as those gray bars, as we go down in the future and our water demand, it starts growing over time. If that ever exceeds this capacity that we have, that's when our future water supply need and a new water supply comes in line. And so if you look at our projected growth through our strategic water supply plan following that green line and go all the way out to about 2032, that's when it's projected that our demand will exceed our capacity. And that's when we're going to looking at needing a future water supply at that time.
So is it safe to say, looking at that slide, Mr. Franklin, that even with the growth we've had over the last decade, which is averaged over, let's say 1.2, I can't remember what the Plan Lubbock 2040 said, but in 2020, we used less water than we used in 2011.
Correct.
We're in a drought then, so let's bust out of the drought and go to 2013 when we weren't in a drought. We still used about the same or a little less than we used in 2013. That's due to conservation. Is that true?
It's greatly due to conservation and our citizens stepping up to
And
conserve our
more, and
water.
certainly conservation from our citizens and technology that makes the appliances and our homes more energy or more water efficient.
And being aware of irrigation usage, our appliances and the low flow toilets and water conservation, also our city efforts trying to make sure that we don't have any water loss in our system as well. So all those efforts combined together look and talk about our conservation. What's very good about this is you mentioned our growth in the city. We have expected drought condition. That's that orange line on top. That's kind of the worst case scenario if we had a drought continuing for the next 10, 15 years. We also have our accelerated growth, which is that red line, which we calculate at 1.5% growth. And then we have our water conservation as well. And so you can see that our usage is below our expected water conservation line. So that's very good, and which means that our plan is conservative, but also our citizens and what we're doing to conserve water is working.
Mr. Christian.
You answered part of my question, Wood, on the accelerated growth. I did hear you say that was based on a 1.5% annual growth rate. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Have you done any other models that went beyond the 1.5? If we had an explosion of growth of 2, 3, obviously that would change the outcome at the end of this graph. And it might be interesting to do some of those modeling beyond just the 1.5.
We have not done that in our strategic water supply plan, but we look at that every 5 years. The last one we did was 2018. And so we're kind of looking at doing an interim update, and we'll have another one coming on soon. So that is something that we can look and project at multiple variations of population growth.
Ms. Joy.
Mr. Franklin, you mentioned the expected drought line, and that was my question. Did you just apply a multiplier as you went across the board? I mean,
It's
obviously you don't have a crystal ball, so you don't know.
It's essentially a worst case scenario if we had drought conditions that we saw in the past and that continued every year going forward. And so it's essentially a worst case scenario.
Okay.
Please continue.
Sure. And so out of our strategic water supply plan, we have several packages, whether we're looking at early diversification of groundwater versus surface water, maximizing Roberts County. So we have 5 different scenarios or packages. And of course, all of those packages, and I'll really kind of go through this, outline a future water supply coming online essentially around 2032, whether it's the Jim Bertram Lake 7, or we're looking at Roberts County wellfield expansion, or any of those scenarios, they are coming on around the 2032 timeline. So to really answer the simple question of when do we need a future water supply when we're looking at bringing one online, it's going to be around the 2032 timeline, whether it's Roberts County or Jim Bertram Lake 7. I also have the estimated values of those anywhere from $108 million to $207 million. And of course, they are different water supplies packages, and they have different capacities and volumes in each one of those, but they do range from $100 million to $200 million. And of course, that's when they're needed in 2032. And so obviously the funding would need to come on earlier so we can get those projects constructed. So in summary, basically over the 10 years, water conservation, in the past 10 years, water conservation has delayed projects. And so water conservation going forward is very important to help delay those expensive projects. We also, based on basically our peak day and our daily demand usage, those are the important drivers based on our current capacity on when we're going to need a future water supply. And according to our projections in the 2018 Strategic Water Supply Plan, we are looking at 2032 as our future demand, our future estimated need for a future water supply. Of course, that funding will need to come online earlier with the 2028 and 2029 timeline. And of course, those water supplies can cost anywhere from $100 million to $200 million, depending on what we're doing. And of course, those two, the Lake the Lake 7 and the Roberts County Wellfield, of course, we are making progress on either one of those. And when we get to the point where we need to make a decision, we can go with either one of them.
Mr. Franklin, put that 108, let's try to put that 108 to 207 million in perspective. Those are big numbers. What did it cost us to build the pipeline and the pump stations to bring water from Allen Henry to the Southeast water plant?
So that the Lake Allen Henry Water Supply Project, not including the dam, the one that we started in 2008 and completed in 2012, that was actually estimated at $270 million based on, and due to the economy, it was completed at $218 million. To put that in perspective.
Thank you. That would have been 2018
Correct.
$218 million in 2010 dollars
Yeah,
too.
and of
These
course,
are estimates based upon what we will need in 2028, 29, 30,
Correct.
31, 32.
and of course, the good news is about that time, 2020, they were 20-year bonds when we took them on in 28. Blue will kind of talk about that as we get in the model. About the time we're looking at a future water supply happens to be about the time that our debt rolls off for that $218 million for the Lake Allen Henry Water Supply Project. And with that, that's all I've got.
Mr. Christian's got a question.
Yeah, go back to the slide where it showed where our citizens are doing a good job of conserving water today, probably a better job conserving water today than years past. Is there anything specific that you can attribute that to based on policy or anything that we've done regarding from the city to either demand or encourage that to take place?
Well, there's several things that the city's done. Basically, one of the biggest drivers would be how we set our rates. Earlier, our rates, we've progressed from having the more you use, the cheaper it was. And then it was a flat rate, and now we're a decreasing block rate. So the more that you use now, the more expensive it gets. So obviously the financial driver is there for the citizens to conserve water. We have a really strong education program that we work out and go with the schools and get public outreach to help water conservation, and also the technology in the new building materials that are going forward right now.
Ms. Joy?
Mr. Franklin, it's been my observation that at least in my district, there are a lot of new wells being drilled. How have you factored in the people who have wells and use those primarily for irrigation? Because I would think that would have some impact on the amount of water usage.
It would. I don't know that we've really looked at the impact to the water supply. We've just started here a couple of years ago where we started permitting all of the new wells within the city of Lubbock so that we're aware of where those go. And that is, as we look at our future strategic water supply plan, that is something that we can kind of look at. We really haven't, I guess, evaluated the impact on a per gallon basis of what that's doing to our water supply. But it is definitely using groundwater to irrigate as opposed to using potable water that we've imported in, spent the money to treat to drinking quality and using that for your yard. So it is conserving our potable water.
Please continue.
That's all I've got for you today. So.
You're done. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mayor. If you could switch us back to Mr. Kostelich's input, we'll jump into the final piece of it. So there are two slides here, pages 9 and 10, where we have run out what's currently in the capital program. Most of what you are going to see are the recurring annual costs that we have. On this page, I want to draw your attention to the third row from the bottom, the one that has the large numbers in it starting next year. That is that Roberts County Wellfield transmission line, or the Crimwell 2 as it's been called. This is our year to put $500,000 into that project as savings. And then you see it escalate. We're trying to hit 4.5 million. We run that out to 2032 and have $46.5 million in hand. That's likely to be less than half of what our cost is. Understanding with what Mr. Franklin showed us with conservation, I think what Ms. Joy mentioned is going to become more and more relevant over time. It's probably not moving our decimals yet, but it could as they keep going with irrigation wells. You see that. Switch, if you would, to the next one, please. You see the FY23 column here has got quite a bit in it. You'll see the final storage tank, elevated storage tank. We'll come back and talk about that. There are 2 large exceptional items that are programmed for next year if nothing changes. North Terminal Storage Reservoir, that is the large raw water holding that we have
By the airport.
by the airport. And it's been there a long time and it needs some love put upon it. The one that we have programmed, we'll know more when we get to this point next year, but that is the AMI customer interface module. So we know what that will cost. When to add that, I think is still a bit of a discussion, but this just to give you an idea of what's currently in for the next. It's about in the middle of the page, 2021037, 3.5 million. It's kind of hanging out there by itself. Yeah. So with that, I'm going to switch back over and let's look at 2 models real quick. Jump back for me, Blue. All right.
Back to page 7. Yeah.
Back to page 7. Mayor and council, you have the entirety of those models printed on large format paper in front of you. We've condensed it to try to get it on the screen. So here's what we'd like to demonstrate. We have 2 of these. This first one is as the budget was prepared. So it has number 2 of those elevated storage tanks included in this model funded with ARPA. It does have the 50-cent rate increase still factored in. I think the line that might be helpful about the middle of the page, you see total excess reserves. You see, we would come in next year with a little over 25 million, pulling it down to 17, 16, 16, carrying out till it starts to go back up. One of the reasons it starts to go back up is what Mr. Franklin mentioned with the large part of the Lake Allen Henry debt starting to fall off. So an expense kind of goes away. Come down from that excess reserve line, 2 more lines. So we're at the base rate piece of the water rate. Again, we do have the asked for 50 cents in here. You see that we programmed 50 cents for the discussion for next year, holding it flat out to 2028 and then declining. Why? Number 1, we're about to hit that 100% where base rate is 100% of debt service. And there's just not a lot of point to push it much past that. You know, if we're at 103, 104, 99, that's fine, but we don't need to grow it past that. So we've tried to crystal ball farther out into the future on what those rates would look like. This is what the model would be, again, as the budget was presented. Let me switch to the second one, and then we'll take questions on either or both of them.
Yes.
So we'll take one more. This is the same model, but now that second elevated storage tank is not funded with ARPA. It's instead funded with cash out of the excess reserve. It does include the 50-cent rate increase. And in fact, the rate model slows down just a little bit in how fast we can pull the rate down, but it's kind of far enough out in the future that it could change to our favor as well.
Mm-hmm.
In the middle, toward the top, total revenues over or under expenses. You see we would be in the red for the fund for 3 years. But if you come back down again to the middle to where that excess reserve line is, this model does end up taking the excess reserve down to a low of about 7 million over policy. That's pretty tight. I don't think if this is what the council chooses, I don't think it kills us. Just know that that's the excess we have available in any one year for whatever might come up. We have continued to program in the cash capital that was in those big lists on the last 2 pages. So we're not unfunding our normal course of business by doing this.
But let's look, that's you make a good point. Let's look at 2024 on page 2, your total excess reserves. Okay. You still have nearly a third more dollars in excess than what your reserves require. 7.6 million versus as it compares to what 23.6 is what's required by bond covenant, right?
Yeah, as a percent of the required reserve, yes, that's correct.
And that's in a stable rate environment.
That is in a stable rate environment at that point. Again, you're presuming the 50 cents this year and next year, and then it's flat rate till it starts to go down.
And your debt service really stays relatively stable for 5 more fiscal years, right?
It does.
So that has a lot to do with that base rate, right? Because I don't see much proposed change in your in the volume part of this. The basis where we would take the suggested, I mean, we certainly that's a decision for way down the road, but at least for your the way you're portraying it, that's how you would do it, correct? That's correct. Which still provides incentives for conservation, right?
Yes. The rate structure, we would not propose to change because that has had a lot to do with the conservation. The multiplier, what you were charged for each would change. The structure would not.
Ms. Joy.
So, Mr. Atkins, what it looks like to me, although these pages kind of begin to blur, but what we proposed with the ARPA funding puts us in a better position when we get out to 28, 29, which is what we were talking about in terms of needing money. Whereas with no ARPA, there's somewhere around 8 million difference in the two if we didn't use the ARPA money.
Yeah, which
And
is,
so those excess reserves, if we use them now, then we don't have anything or as much going forward to the goal that's coming up in 2032. Is that correct?
yes.
Okay. So I think, from my perspective, I have to decide. And I won't get to decide this, somebody else will, is how are we going to pay for what happens in 28, 29 to come online in 2032? How do we pay for that? Obviously, there's debt funding.
Mhm.
And we know that debt is rolling off in about 28, 29, somewhere in there. We know that. And the other alternative would be taxes, and we don't know what those will be at that point in time. So I guess, is it better to build that fund now or to use it? I guess is where I am, and I'm not sure.
So if I could maybe clarify just
Okay.
a little. we don't use the tax revenues. We could, but we don't.
I know.
And we've never programmed that in, and the models stay out of that. I think to the extent we can keep the enterprises standing on their own, and this one's
Right.
very healthy, very healthy. So I think we can do that. You're right on as far as when the debt service begins to fall off. Let's just for round numbers say that the Roberts County Wellfield project is ultimately the best choice at that time. And in round numbers, it's 100 million. You'll have just under a half of that in your pocket. That's built into this. That's the only reasonable way to pick up that other half at that point. In no case could I reasonably build the excess reserve up enough to grab that other $54 million. It's just, that would hurt so bad between here and there that I don't think that benefits our ratepayers.
I mean, I think you could, I think it's a great point you make. I think Latrell, I think she framed it very well. But I think you also have to ask the question, is it fair to strap today's ratepayers with doing something for 10 years from now?
Right.
Shouldn't we pay for it as we use it? And that's one of the concerns I have about showing that base rate going down is I think, the reality of that is probably as we, the people who are going to most benefit from that investment should be the ones that pay for it. Just a different, one way of looking at it. I'm not saying it's the right way of looking at it, but it's a way of looking at it.
No, you build a project as big as a future water supply. It's more than a year or a 10-year or a 50-year benefit. And I think there's a good philosophy that should be spread as far as it can.
But if you do fund half of that project, let's say, with debt, then won't you be making some changes to the base rate anyway at that point? Perhaps.
You will more than likely adjust the base rate back up at the point you pick up the payment on the debt serviced piece, which is always going to be 1 year after you did it.
But that's not reflected in this.
Right. And let me, and the council knows this very well, but what's happening 5, 6, 10 years out in this model is going to move. If we look at this model 3 years from today, the out years will not be exactly what's here today. But it's the best we can do to predict that far out and see those impacts. But if we hit that 100% coverage debt versus base rate, if we do that wisely as we get into those out years to where you're balancing the debt coming off with potentially debt coming on, it's going to allow you to move those rates smoothly, whether it's to hold them flat and quit reducing them or to slightly inch them up. It's going to allow you to do that versus a big pop in them. And having some cash to pay into those projects helps with that as well.
Yeah. Mr. Spear, would you come forward, please?
Yes.
So you know more about our water situation and both where we have been and how we're poised for the future. Would you add anything to this discussion?
As far as what's been presented, I think is very accurate. We have spent a lot of time and effort in the plans that we put together over 2013, 2018, and they're very comprehensive. They cover a wide variety of scenarios. That's the reason that we do that, from drought situations to high growth to conservation. And by doing that, we are taking a very conservative approach. I know that the supplies that we have right now, for example, Lake Meredith is one that we saw it go away for a couple of years, and then it came back. In our planning, we are not planning on Lake Meredith being a long-term supply, but more of an intermittent supply. That's why we show that we need a supply, additional water supplies in 2032. if Lake Meredith continues to hang in there like it is right now, it'll push back the time that we need the new water supply. Our conservation efforts have been very effective up to this time. I think our ordinance, where we restrict the time of day and when watering can occur, has been very effective. Educating the public on what needs to be done, as was demonstrated. Those two things, the conservation, and we've demonstrated in our plan that, our goal has always been to try to push back when we're going to need that new project. And I think we'll be able to demonstrate that by the Lake Allen Henry project being a 20-year debt, that we're pushing back the next supply so that we're not stacking that debt up. And that was one of our primary goals. And I think if we continue on the same trajectory with our conservation being below what we had anticipated, as far as that green line that you saw that was being projected, that we may have a pleasant surprise in the future, the next 5-10 years, that we don't need one of those new supplies in 2032. But we have to plan in a conservative way so that if conditions change, which they change day to day and annually. Last year was a very hot, dry year. And we tested our conservation resiliency, and you saw that we still stayed below that conservation line. This year is going to be a wet year. We got a lot of help with not using as much water. So does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you. I appreciate it. Underscores it a bit.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anybody have questions for Mr. Spear, Ms. Patterson Harris?
Not so much right now. I think that that's great information. I think that it would help us to share more of that with our citizens. I don't know if we come back at some point with a work session to really delve into that, so citizens can actually see just how much we're saving and what they're doing, how it's impacting our water source, our water supply. So just want to see if we might be able to do that, if this is appropriate to ask that right now. I think it's important because sometimes I think, especially this year, having had the rain as we have, we may kind of take things for granted. And I want us to make sure that we continue to share that information with citizens so that they know that it's a day in, day out type of a situation.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Atkinson.
Okay, Mayor, certainly continue to take any questions. Our goal today, staff's goal today, is to get guidance on this. We do have to file the proposed budget. It does not make it the final answer, but we have to have the proposed budget filed by Thursday. So any input you can give us. I did not hear any concerns with the way the tax rate calculations ultimately came back. So you'll have that on your agenda later today to propose it, not to adopt it, but to propose it. You do not vote right now on the requested 50 cents for the water rate and yes or no to use ARPA or cash for that second elevated storage. So any input you have, I'd like to have that now.
We've got, remind us that there's one proposed overhead. I know it's on the slide, but maybe move a couple slides forward, Jared. Okay, so you've got one elevated storage in 23 through bond, and the one that's in this year,
So
which
there's
is
two,
the
there's
4
two in
lines
this
below
year.
it.
Yeah, go down the FY
Gotcha,
22
two,
column.
that's right, we have the prior bonds. Okay.
Right. You've got
Okay.
one already funded with cash, one we suggested for ARPA. Council, I think you do have an option that we mentioned last week. If the decision ultimately was not to use ARPA for tank number 2 in the coming year, you still have the final tank that's out in the next year, and that could be a discussion at that point if it was relevant to do so at that point. I think as we have tested and played and gone back and forth all of this, staff does suggest the 50 cent increase. I think that's important to keeping the model flowing the way it needs to go. If the decision for the budget that's in front of you today was to not use ARPA, but rather to use some of those excess reserves, to use our cash, you're going to get 2 elevated tanks. They'll both be paid with cash. We have a model that shows that impact. And if need be, then we can have the discussion about ARPA for the 5th and final tank next year.
I think, just a thought, and some of it based upon what we heard in that hearing this morning in Austin, about who's going to be responsible for funding the emergency
Medical staffing.
staffing we need in our hospitals. I know we'd have to make a decision today, but I'd maybe like to say, let's put a placeholder for that money in next year's ARPA dollars and go forward this year with one, with all of it in cash or COs. I don't know, just a thought. I'd hate to spend our money and our ARPA money and on something like this and look up and we needed it for pandemic response. I'm not trying to be Chicken Little here by any means, but there's still a lot of uncertainty as it pertains to that. And when you start thinking about paying nurses or agencies $200 an hour for nursing, you can, I think you and I did the math. You're at 50 contract nurses in Lubbock a week at $200 an hour is $1.6 million. You run through that ARPA, you run through those dollars in a hurry. Now, maybe there's some FEMA reimbursement. We don't know. We'll know more by the time we meet again.
Hopefully.
So just thinking out loud a little bit about that. Ms. Joy.
Mr. Atkinson, you mentioned at the last meeting that we were under some pressure from the state to replace these tanks. How much pressure are we under?
Well, see if I can say this correctly. We operate today under not an exemption, under an exception to some of the rules relating to public water supply systems, where we don't have the formula, the mathematical amount of elevated storage that we need for our system. We instead make it up with pumps and motors. And we've proven we can do it. The state's accepted it. But moving us into these elevated storage tanks, there's 5 of them total. 2 of them are being built right now. No matter which way the council goes, as far as the source of dollars, you'll get 2 more next year. And then the 5th in the out year after that. It will dramatically reduce our reliance on the pumps and motors to keep your system pressurized. You'll still have to have them. We just have to lift the water up in there and keep it up in there. But it's important that we do this. We will also save significantly on electrical costs in the future.
So it's 7-year payback on one of these, isn't that
Roughly
right?
7 each. Yes.
7 each, yeah. It's pretty amazing. Other comments, questions? So council, do you want to prepare the budget as we saw it last week? Is that what I mean? Is that consensus? Mr. Griffith?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a tough one because there is no crystal ball. Roll the dice either way. But I think that what you spoke of a while ago about possible future needs, and you could also use this as a placeholder for next year. I think that is wise. I agree with that because those dollars will still be there, hopefully, that you could use next year.
Well, yeah, we'll get a second
Yeah.
tranche next year, equal amount to what we received this year.
Right. And so if with that being the case, I agree with your statement. That's a tough call, but I do agree that next year, maybe it'll be a lot clearer.
Mr. Massimo.
I think that, I agree with Mr. Griffith. I think that makes sense. And as much as I wish we weren't back into some world of uncertainty around COVID, that we could certainly take another swing at this and not be, not be short next year.
Other comments?
So as a placeholder, it would just be an amount, not necessarily designated. Is that what you're talking about? Because it really won't change.
No, it
The
doesn't change. It
budget.
doesn't change the budget.
Change
It's
the
just,
budget.
you would spend cash next year instead of this year is what it would be.
Yeah.
And you might even save some of this year's ARPA money for it. I mean, you may not,
Possible.
you might not use it all. Basically, we would say we're going to do one of them that way, but we will we'll do it next year instead of this year. Or we think we'll do one.
Meaning 23 is next, 22
Right.
is this.
Right,
Yes.
Yeah. That's just a thought. I think we'll have more clarity in 2 weeks. We may, in 2 weeks, may have, it may be we may be looking at things differently. Ms. Patterson Harris?
I had a thought. I hope I didn't lose it because I didn't write it
I
down.
thought I saw it run by.
Post-COVID, if I don't write something down, it's out the window. I was just trying to think, I guess more close for me, it's to say it's best for us to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. So I'm kind of
Mhm.
going along the same lines as Mr. Griffin. So, but then I get concerned about what we can do to really help those folks right now. So, but we will have, you believe we will have additional information within a couple weeks or maybe? give us a little bit
Yes, I
clearer
do. And I think it'll change every week thereafter until the issue that's in front of the state and us as well is solved. Just since we've been in here, something has changed. I haven't had a chance to read it, but stuff's moving very quickly. And for the council's knowledge, the question that's being posed, and I think what Mayor Pope is referencing is the number one need that the state is trying to address as it relates to the current COVID surge is medical staffing. The governor issued a new, it's not an order, it's a request, maybe how you would say it. A plea was issued yesterday. A hearing was convened early this morning in the Texas Senate Health and Human Services Committee. And this was the dramatic focus of that. In fact, it was still going on when I came down here. There's no doubt the need for the medical staffing, who and what is going to pay for it and at what rate. So there's been a tremendous increase in the cost of temporary, mainly nursing, from pre-COVID to where we are today. And the numbers that are being thrown around are amazing and not in a positive direction either. So.
What I thought I read was that it was going to be basically that obligation was going to be passed down to the cities and the counties who had received funding, not the state. I thought it was fairly clear. And then he came along today and talked about the infusion centers, but that was to be funded by the state, as I understood it. So I think it's a moving target.
Yeah, and as an example, Mr. Atkins talked about it earlier, there's many cities in the state that don't have a hospital, but they got ARPA funds. So,
Yeah.
I mean, we have to have two who support not only a big part of West Texas, but a lot of Eastern New Mexico. I mean, so, that's why the state picking up in in the previous life of this seemed to make more
Made
sense
sense,
because
yeah.
it was federal dollars being used at the local levels where they needed to be. And the state's still sitting on some, we don't know how much. We know there's at least.
We know what the new money is,
16.
16.1
New money.
Billion.
billion.
Billion, yeah.
So Mayor, if I could recap, unless there's other council comments.
Please recap.
Okay, your item tonight that's on your agenda, which is to propose the tax rate, will be as we discussed earlier this afternoon. We will modify the budget as we proposed it. It will still include the 50-cent base rate increase for water, but that second elevated storage tank will be cash, not ARPA. And we'll just take the one that's in the next year, the 23 year. We can tag it with ARPA. That is no form of a commitment. The dollars don't leave. And we can hopefully have this discussion next year and we still have all those dollars in hand.
Okay, good summary. Any questions, council? What else do you have on your list to talk about?
Mayor, that satisfies the list that staff had for the budget. If there's any
What about-
items,
What about the discussion? I know it was a bit, wasn't real specific to the budget, but the idea about what would happen if we started to move the policy level of general fund reserves from 20 to 25. Have you gotten any feedback on that with Mr. Koslich?
I have, sir. Talked to our financial advisor and he said that in the grand scheme of the calculation, all the different metrics that the rating agencies look at, that is one area where even at the 20% plus our reserves, excess reserves, we are extremely strong in that. So it's great to have. It definitely wouldn't hurt, but we wouldn't really get extra credit for it. What is offsetting us on our fixed costs with the city, mostly debt and OPEB, until that starts dropping off, we won't really see much of an increase in our
Rating
bond
bump.
rating.
we're getting credit because the money's there.
Right,
not
so
because
the
of the
juice isn't
policy.
worth, they're worth the squeeze on that, so to speak.
Both looked at it and it's not really worth the squeeze. It's a nice to have. It definitely doesn't hurt.
Okay, that's, I
Makes
think
a
that's the
statement.
answer we wanted. I mean, that's good. So it's more important as we move some of that debt that should have been revenue debt that's on our balance sheet, as it moves off, that helps. And then
Yes.
as
That does
OPEB,
help.
as OPEB improves, that helps also.
Yes.
Tremendously.
And OPEB is not, as I recall, that is ARPA. ARPA is, that's a that's a no-go for ARPA, right? Is that correct, Blue?
On OPEB, you can contribute towards an OPEB trust or something along those lines.
A trust,
It's
not the
pension.
pension.
It's pension
pensions.
obligation
It's
that you
pension
can't contribute.
obligations.
That's
It's true pension to TMRS, which is Lubbock Fire Pension, that we cannot contribute in
Okay,
a one-off.
okay, Mr. Griffith.
I just, Mr. Kostovich, would you explain OPEB? So that people understand.
It's
OPEB.
OPEC, it's OPEC's little brother. No, I'm just kidding.
Prior version.
Citizens
That's an
understand
easier
what
explanation.
we're talking about. Thank you.
OPEB is other post-employment benefits. So for the city of Lubbock, retirees are eligible to stay essentially on our plan to get a voucher for health and dental insurance after their retirement. That's something that the city still has to fund, is that OPEB, that liability that we have.
It's the future cost, future obligation that the city has to provide healthcare for retirees. The bulk of it is the difference between early retirement age and Medicare eligible age at 65. We've already capped the cost for the Medicare eligible portion. It's still an obligation, still liability, but it's cap liability. It's that gap for anyone that retires, full retirement less than Medicare eligible, and whatever years are in the middle.
And it's just the OPEB on our balance sheet is just our portion? Because
That, yes, just our portion.
Talking about how they calculated it?
Yeah.
Yes, it's just the
Just
city's
us.
portion.
yeah, okay. Okay, anything else on budget, council? SPH, you good? Okay, make sure. Mr. Chavez? Mr. Christian, you're good? Okay, all right. I've heard from these the other three more recently. I just want to make sure that everybody's good. Okay. I think that takes care of item 1.1. Let's move now to item 1.2, presentation and discussion of the employee wellness program. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mayor. We have Mr. Clifton Beck, your Human Resources Director, is going to walk us through the proposed IA Wellness Program.
Thank you, Mr. Atkinson, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. It's good to be before you all again. As I shared with you on last week, staff and I are excited to introduce this wellness program to the city of Lubbock and its employees. We've been working with IA Wellness. We've contracted and partnered with them, and working with them thus far has been a remarkable experience. Now, some may be asking, why wellness? Why are we implementing this program? What are the benefits? What can the city expect from introducing this wellness program? Well, some of the benefits, and I've just listed a few for introducing this wellness program, will get an opportunity to improve the overall wellness of our employees. Employees feel better, they produce, they work better. It leads to healthier lifestyles, both at work and at home, which adds to the work-life balance. Most importantly, or one of the most important things, it minimizes and prevents chronic illness and disease. As I shared with you last week, chronic illness is what drives the cost of healthcare up and up with each passing year. And then by implementing this wellness program, it gives us an opportunity to reduce the costs associated with providing health insurance to our employees. So this is going to be a good thing for us. Now, speaking specifically about the plan, what kind of plan, what kind of wellness plan are we offering? Currently, staff is proposing what's known as a health contingent wellness plan. Now, in layman's terms, what did that mean? It means that we are going to require staff to satisfy a prescribed program, a standard, in order to receive this reward. Now, moving forward, I'm going to change it out. The word reward will be replaced with incentive. We're going to incentivize this plan to encourage participation from staff, okay? The Health Contingent Wellness Program is subdivided into two categories. We're going to, for the sake of time, we're only going to talk about one, and that's the activity-only wellness program. What that means is that by merely participating in this program, staff will be able or eligible to receive the incentive. We're going to incentivize this program, and by merely participating. Now, merely participating does not equate to merely enrolling, okay? You have to participate in this prescribed program, and if you don't, you will not be eligible to receive the incentive. Okay. Now, let's talk specifically about the program. What is it made of? What does it consist of? First of all, before I even get there, you have to enroll. Employees are going to have an opportunity to enroll in the program during our open enrollment period, which will begin October 13th and run until October the 29th, I believe. So first of all, you have to enroll. Secondly, you have to attend one of the many on-site meetings that we're going to have kicking off the wellness program. Those are the two things that must be done in order to benefit from the wellness program or begin to benefit from the wellness program. Beyond those two things, employees will be required to schedule and complete a wellness screening. That is the biometric screening. Now, we're working with trying to secure the vendor that's going to provide these screenings. We're working to contract with United Supermarkets, who's owned by Albertson. So we're talking with people in Boise, Idaho. We're also working, if that doesn't pan out, we're working with one of the local clinics to provide these biometric screenings. It will either be done by finger stick or blood draw, but that's step number one. From the results of that screening, you will then complete a coach call. That is a call, a one-on-one call that staff will do with registered nurses that work or employed by IA Wellness. Depending on the illnesses, depending on what's going on, that one-on-one call will then lay the foundation to create this prescribed wellness program, okay? Staff must attend 2 educational trainings, and I've put up just a few: blood pressure breakdown, metabolic syndrome, stress less, and strong to care. In addition, staff will be able to receive discounts on gym memberships, as well as they must participate in other honor system programs. And I've listed there the walk-in program as one that we're going to implement. Now, this may seem like a lot right now, City Council, but what we're trying to do is keep the employees engaged in this program. We don't want this to fall by the wayside. We want to keep them engaged, okay? Now, the next slide I'm going to share with you, Council, is for illustration purposes only. This is for illustration purposes only. This is not the incentive, okay? This is not the incentive, but I'm a visual person and I want you to see what I'm actually talking about. This is an example. We looked at the affordability calculator, which is governed by the EEOC that governs wellness programs. And we put in a $10 hour an employee here at the City of Lubbock. And we sat down and we ran different options and models and we said, what is feasible for a $10 hour employee to be able to pay if he or she chooses not to participate in the wellness program? So as you can see, running that model, we came up with a value in this example of $49.05. Essentially what we're saying is that for employees, if you participate in this wellness program, your rates, your out-of-pocket for insurance premiums will not change. It will remain the same. However, if you do not choose to participate, because the wellness program is a voluntary program, we cannot mandate, we cannot coerce. It's a voluntary program. If you choose not to participate, you're going to pay the employee's portion as well as the incentive for not participating. So let's look at the employee-only tier. Right now, staff pays or contributes $9.92 per pay period for insurance premiums. If that same person chose not to participate in the wellness program, they would pay the current staff portion plus the incentivized rate of $49.05 to have to go from paying $9.92 for not, $9.92 for participating up to $59.97 for not participating. So if you don't participate, you don't receive the incentive. So on for the employee and spouse portion, so on for the employee and children, so on for the employee and family. Are there any questions thus far, Council?
Mr. Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, sir. Let's go into a little bit more detail in depth
Okay.
on the 5897.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I can understand the 992 incentivized.
Well, the 992, Council, is not the incentivized rate. That's the current rate.
That's a current rate.
Employees pay right now.
Okay, so if I'm an employee and I opt not to participate, so I'm going to be charged, would that be correct?
No,
The
no, sir.
5897?
No, sir, you're not going to be penalized. You're not going to be charged. You don't receive the incentivized rate as participating in the wellness program.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Other questions? Okay, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, if the trends hold, and no doubt we believe they will, once we roll this program out during open enrollment, the city can generally anticipate receiving about 80% of the employees participating in this plan. That leaves 20% of employees who say, I'm not going to do it, I don't care to do it. Those employees, assuming the trends hold, those employees would contribute an additional $565,000 to the plan. Okay, say we had a phenomenal enrollment period during open enrollment and we got 90%. That still leaves 10% of the employees who will not participate. Those 10%, if the trends hold, those employees would contribute an additional $282,000 to the plan. So this is a win-win for the city. It's not costing us anything to implement this. What are the next steps? For the month of August, or continuing in the month of August and September, we're going to continue to communicate with the employees via email blast and flyers that go out introducing the wellness program. For the month of October, employees will have an opportunity to enroll in the wellness program via our open enrollment period. For the months of November and December, portal build out. What that means is that we're going to continue to work with IA to build the plan, to set the requirements. And then for the month of January, we will actually launch the wellness program. It will launch when we do our regular benefits renewal during the month of January. Essentially, council, I'm excited about this plan because it puts control back into the hands of the employees. We give them an opportunity to control their health. We give them an opportunity to work with us to control the rising cost of healthcare. And for those who choose not to participate, they will then offset the cost for those of us who do. And with that, I will answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Beck. All right, council questions or comments? Mr. Massengale.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for bringing this to our attention. Thanks for the presentation. We did this down at the school district. Dan and I did at one point in time. I've done this in my own business, and so I've always thought we were kind of missing this piece here. So I look forward to the implementation of it.
Very well. Thank you, sir.
Other comments, questions? Mr. Christian?
I echo what Mr. Massengale said. This is long overdue. I'll be anxious to see about enrollment. There's nothing better than for any organization to have healthy employees.
Absolutely.
Lower absentee rates at the workplace, and it filters down to the family as well too. So I'm anxious to see this work, and I feel like it will work. I'm familiar with the group that you're working with, and they've got some great credentials.
Yes.
Congratulations, and let's make it happen.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Ms. Joy?
Love the idea. I'm kind of a numbers person, and I'm trying to figure out if there's no increase to the non-participating people and they pay whatever they would ordinarily pay.
Yes, ma'am.
The city pays whatever
That's
they
correct.
contribute on their behalf. But there's a savings of almost $50 to anyone who participates.
That's correct. That's the incentive. Yes,
So
ma'am.
where do we make up that $50? Is it in the fact that we have fewer claims, fewer visits?
Well,
Help me with that.
You're making up the $50. The offset is set by the non-participants paying the higher premium.
Okay, well, I thought you told Mr. Chavez that maybe I misunderstood his question, that everybody, if you're not participating, you'll just pay what you ordinarily pay. But what you just said to me was, no, they're going to pay an extra $50
Yes,
on their
ma'am.
health insurance.
Okay, then let me clarify what I'm saying. If you are a participant of the wellness program, because we are incentivizing this program, you will receive the incentive. In the example I showed, the incentive was the $49.50. So that's the incentive in the example I just showed. If you are a participant, essentially, your rates will remain the same using the current rates today. If you choose not to participate, then you won't receive the incentive. You will pay what employees currently pay today, plus the incentive of $49.05.
Yeah. I can see where that might be a problem for some, just from a financial standpoint. I'm going to have to think about this one, Mr. Beck,
Yes, ma'am.
from the money perspective. Okay.
The offset to that, Councilwoman, is, we want everybody to participate.
Oh, absolutely. You know, I walk 3 to 5 miles a day. I'd love for everybody to get out and walk with me.
Yes, ma'am.
But they're not going to do it.
They're not going to do it. Mhm.
Okay, so the other matter you mentioned was discounts at gyms.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you gotten any further than that's just an idea?
That's one of the ideas. I did speak with staff at IA Wellness, and they are still talking to a lot of the local gyms. And so hopefully I can get council some information back on that once we have something secured.
Okay,
Mhm.
all right, thank you.
Mr. Beck, you said that our employees are paying, employee only pays just under $10 a month for their
Currently-
health?
No, sir.
Okay.
Employees right now are paying $9.92 per pay period.
Okay.
So that's about $21.50 per
There you
month.
go. Okay. Sorry, per pay period. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Okay. Because that's what we were just talking about last week when we talked about the employee portion of that going up.
Yes,
But about, as I recall, about
4%.
4%, which is $1, $1.40 or something. I can't remember it's something we looked at. Yeah. Okay. I'm with Ms. Joy and I'd like to look at the macro, what it does to the overall plan, and we planned, I think this year on a $5 million increase, which is, I made a comment last week was unsustainable, which I really believe it is. And I think you're trying to address it right here and I applaud
Sure.
that. I too have experience with the company you're working with. I think they do it right. There's at least 2 people I know in our community that every time I see them, I'm reminded that the finger stick or the blood draw, whichever it was, saved their lives, that they were walking around, sort of the Walking Dead, didn't really
Sure.
realize it.
No,
And I think that's a great thing to do for employees. I think your comments about quality of life and work-life balance and frankly, a life after they retire. I think those are all things that as an employer, we have we're in contract with our employees in that regard. So the way I look at it. And so I think what we're trying to provide in that regard is of a lot of value. The coaching, I would assume there'll be that part of this includes the compliance, making sure that people are taking the drugs they're supposed to be taking.
That's correct. Yes,
I
sir.
mean, if you're in the plan,
Mhm. You've got to.
they're going to be
comply.
checking, and that by, you can't make sure, but when they fill their scripts and then you're calling to make certain things are going right, or they're doing a check-in, whatever it may be with that nurse.
That's correct.
their-
There are measures in place.
but
Yes,
their
sir.
navigator, who's really becomes their own personal healthcare
That's correct.
expert, which is really cool. I mean, I've seen that work really well too. So I'm very much for the concept. I support it completely. I do want to look at some of the sort of macro financial part of this, but I think that's easy enough for us to do at another time. Yeah. This is not tied to the budget too, I might add.
That
This is
correct.
a 1-1 implementation.
That's correct.
Excuse me, the sign up would be this fall, but it would kick off in January.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Patterson Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You may find this hard to believe, but I have actually been a participant of a wellness program when working for the county. I mean.
I don't find that hard to
probably-
believe at all, ma'am.
And so my question is, at which point in this does the bell ding so that the individual begins to be incentivized? I know that they have to attend the 2 educational trainings and so on and so forth. At what point does the bell ding to say, hey, you get the incentive?
The bell dings in January when we kick this off. So
Okay.
everybody who initially enrolls
Okay,
will be incentivized.
gotcha.
It's only after we receive word from IA Wellness and others that you're not participating, you're not following that prescribed program. The bell dings and you are no longer receiving that incentivized rate.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right. Anything else, council? Good information, great direction, I think. Okay, we'll look forward to learning more about this as we go along. And council, I think that takes care of work session today.
You're welcome.
And participating. Right, that's the good thing about it. You sort of mentioned it, but it's not like you have to apply to be in, right? You just have to say, I'm willing to do this. Yeah, it's a good point. You have to do a obstacle course or something in a certain amount of time. Or walk 3 to 5 miles a day like Miss Joy does, you know? Yeah.
Are the meetings during work time?
What was the
Mr. Beck, we have one more question.
The meetings that you talk about, will those be during work time or otherwise? Or
I didn't understand you, ma'am.
the meetings that,
Which meetings? The kickoff meetings? or
yeah,
the-
signups.
Yes, ma'am. Those will be during work hours.
Work
yes.
hours, so
Yes, ma'am.
people don't have to worry about staying late.
No,
coming
ma'am, they
early.
don't.
Okay,
They will be during city operational hours.
okay.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Beck. Council, we have a number of polls for this afternoon. If you want to get those before we go to executive session. Okay. We have 4 that are related, 621, 622, 623, and 624. Did I miss one?
662, the parent of
The
those.
parent also?
Yes.
I'm just going by my sheet here. Six, 2, 3, and 624. So we'll hit that one more time.
The family.
The family of 6-2. And then on their own, items 6-6, 6-7, and 6-8. Okay. Staff has removed items 7-16 and 7-17. I believe that's it. Everybody okay with that? Mr. Atkinson, that's what you have? Okay, it's 3:02. The Lubbock City Council will hold an executive session today for the purpose of consulting with city staff regarding pending or contemplated litigation or settlement agreements and/or consultation with attorneys under section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code, and to discuss the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property under section 551.072 of the Texas Government Code. It is 3:02. We're recessed to executive session. Good afternoon. It's 4:59. The Lubbock City Council will come to order. We're going to just do things in a little bit of order this afternoon. Our preacher is still on the way. And so we're going to do our pledges, our prayer and pledges after a very special recognition that we're going to do tonight. So I'm going to let Mr. Atkinson set this up and give the floor to him. Jarrett?
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. The special recognition tonight really is, I think, probably one of the neatest and, in my mind, most important ones I've done in 20 plus years of doing this. In a moment, we're going to bring Kiara Morgan to the front. Most of y'all might not have met her in the building. She works in our purchasing department. She is a native of Belize. She came to the United States, specifically came to Lubbock to go to Texas Tech University. She's a proud graduate with an accounting degree. She started to work for the city of Lubbock about 4 months as an assistant buyer. She is very good at what she does, promoted very quickly to be a buyer in June of 2018. In her own words, she's told us that as an accounting major, my buying experience was non-existent. However, I've gained tremendous knowledge about the profession in a municipal setting. Since becoming a buyer, I've been tasked to prepare solicitations for a variety of bids, have managed hundreds of contracts, processed even more payment requests. 2019, she was promoted to be a buyer 2. And that was because she required her certificate as a certified Texas contract developer. Since then, she's gained additional certifications in contract development, contract management certification. She's now a buyer 3 in our department. After she became a buyer 3, Kiara filed for her United States citizenship. Almost a year later, so this occurred just in the last month, she traveled to Irving, Texas. She completed her interview process and she passed her citizenship test. So as of July 27, 2021, she's completed those 2 requirements and now is in line to do her naturalization ceremony. Council, you have a special recognition down in front of you there at the podium. Ms. Morgan, if you would come up and let's bring Ms. Alvarez and Mr. Kostelich with you.
I'm going to go down, and council, if you'd like to come with me, you're welcome to come down also. Yeah. Marta, would you like to make a few comments, please?
This is very special for us. We enjoy working so much with Kiara. Like we said, when she started, she did a great job. And so,
I'll read that for you. You don't want to have to read that, do you?
oh, you go ahead, sir.
All the whereases and all that.
Yes.
Blue, would you like to add anything?
Sure, y'all haven't heard me talk enough over the past.
We're getting used to it, Blue.
Now, Kiara is one of those, and she's a light in this department. She really is. She's always a pleasure, always upbeat, always willing to go the extra mile on everything she does. So it's no surprise to me that she took on this step, very, very important step, and we're very proud of her. So we just want to congratulate you and recognize you for this.
So special recognition from the city of Lubbock, whereas Kiara Morgan is originally from Belize and traveled to the United States seeking opportunities in pursuit of a higher education. Kiara's efforts to advance her education were fulfilled when she earned a bachelor's degree in accounting from Texas Tech University in 2017. And whereas Kiara began her career with the city of Lubbock in the purchasing department as a temporary employee, her initiative and intelligence allowed her to then be hired as an assistant buyer and her diligence and dedication to her job then earned her promotion to Buyer 1 position. And subsequently, she's been promoted twice and is now a Buyer 3 within the department. And whereas, in addition to Kiara's love of public service, Kiara's love of Lubbock, that's good, and her love of the United States of America inspired her in 2020 to undertake the grueling naturalization process to become an American citizen. The task required Kiara to complete a multi-step application, pass the citizenship interview, pass an English and civics test. By the way, I've seen that test, and most of us in the room are glad we're not having to take it right now. It's okay. As well as diligently study, work hard, devote all her free time to reach her goal of becoming a U.S. citizen. And whereas Kiara traveled to Irving on July 27th, 2021 for her U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services interview, ultimately passing both the interview and the civics test, and in doing so, has completed the naturalization process. And now, therefore, we, the mayor and the city council of the great city of Lubbock, do hereby join her many friends, colleagues, and coworkers in recognizing Kiara Morgan in sincere congratulations and admiration for her hard work in successfully completing the naturalization process, for her dedicated work serving the citizens of Lubbock, and in honor of her becoming a United States citizen who lives, works, and enjoys life here in the Hub City. The American dream is alive and well, all right? It's dated this 10th day of August, 2021, signed by the Lubbock City Council, Mayor and members of the Lubbock City Council. Please help me congratulate Kiara.
I really just want to say thanks. I didn't expect such a big deal to be made out of my accomplishments, and I really appreciate it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's get around the front. Let's take a picture. Blue, Marty, don't come up here, okay? Council can fill in behind us.
Y'all don't like each other.
Really?
Come on. Come on, squeeze over this one.
Yeah, there you go. The other end.
Now I can see it. All right. Janet told me to get on the edge. All right.
Okay.
That's a great way to start our meeting. Okay, we'll now have our invocation followed by our pledges. Tonight, Pastor Alan Weathers with the Turning Point Community Church is going to offer our invocation. Following the invocation, the Mayor Pro Tem will lead us in the pledges. Pastor Weathers, if you would come forward, if everyone would please rise.
I want to say what an honor and privilege it is to take this time and put it before the Lord. So let's bow our heads together and give it to him. God, I want to thank you for every person and family represented in this room. God, I thank you for our heart for this community, for how you have called us to it. I thank you for this leadership, God, in this time and for your presence. I pray, God, for wisdom. for your heart of generosity, your character, integrity, your truth, your love, all of the things that we hold so dear and want to see flow through us. I pray, God, they are present in this meeting. And I just ask that you would empower each person here with wisdom and with joy. We ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Will you please join us in the pledges to the American and the Texas flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Pastor, thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for leading us in those pledges. Okay, we will call our regular meeting to order. It's 5:10 PM. Today's the 10th of August, 2021. The first item on our regular agenda is citizen comments. Number 4, citizen comments. We do not have any citizens that have signed up to speak here tonight. We had no citizens that emailed comments in prior to our deadline this afternoon at 2. I believe that's correct, right? Thank you. We'll move down to item 5 on our agenda. That's minutes. Our agenda book this week includes the minutes from the June 15, 2021 special city council meeting at the Electric Utility Board, the July 12th, 2021 special city council meeting, also the Electric Utility Board, the July 13, 2021 special city council meeting for the Lubbock Police Department headquarters groundbreaking, the July 13, 2021 regular city council meeting, and finally, the July 14, 2021 special council meeting at Coffee with the Mayor. Council, those minutes were provided with our board, our agenda book. Is there a motion to begin consideration of those? Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Are there additions or corrections to those minutes? Okay, all those in favor of the motion to approve those minutes as presented, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that very same sign? Motion carries 7-0. We'll move now to the consent agenda. The consent agenda is comprised of items considered to be routine and enacted by one motion without separate discussion. If a council member desires to discuss an item, that item is removed from the consent agenda and is considered separately. Tonight, we will be considering items, the family of items under 6.2, 6.2, 6.21, 6.22, 6.23, and 6.24 separately. I believe we'll do those collectively too when we get there. Is that correct? I believe that's right. Okay. We'll also separately consider items 6.6, 6.7, and 6.8. So all parts of 6.2, 6.6, 6.7, and 6.8. Also, for anyone that's following along at home or in the audience, staff has asked us to remove items 7.16 and 7.17 from tonight's agenda. Okay, council, I'll open the floor for a motion to approve the consent agenda, save for items 6.2, 6.21, 6.22, 6.23, 6.24, 6.6, 6.7, and 6.8.
Move to approve the consent agenda, save for 6.2, 6.21, 6.22, 6.23, 6.24, 6.6, 6.7, and 6.8.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Thank you, Mr. Massengill. Okay, council, we have a motion on the floor to approve the consent agenda pieces that have not been pulled. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? That motion carries 7-0. Okay, let's move to item 6.2. Item 6.2 begins on page 38. And I'll turn it over to the city manager, Mr. Atkins.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Ms. Karen Murphy is going to walk us through this family of items. These are all related to funding for your community development program, and probably not the presentation that just came up.
Nope.
She could probably talk about.
Although,
this
Karen, you're
further,
welcome to
but-
just jump into that one too.
That's okay. Sorry, no, I don't have one.
Oh, never mind.
Thanks. For 6.2, this was a second read for our budget amendment. The reason we try to budget, because we don't know how much grant funding we will get. We had to do a budget amendment for our 2020 CARES Act money, because that was a brand new grant during this budget year. But 6.21 is the actual contract for the CAP and a Comprehensive Energy Assistance Program, and that's the CARES Act for that money. We received additional $210,000 for that, and this is the first one is the contract between TDHCA and to the city.
Remind
then-
everyone what CIAP does, how
is
that
for-
aids our citizens.
Yes, sir. It is for utility assistance and household crisis, the repair and replacement of heating and air conditioning units.
Thank you.
And then with CARES Act, that would be for anyone that was affected by CARES or by COVID during this period of time. The next 6.2.2 is for the contract that we actually sub out to the Neighborhood House, Lutheran Social Services, Neighborhood House. They actually carry out and they do take all the applications for utility assistance and household crisis.
So they
And-
basically administer it for us.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct? Okay.
Yes, sir. The $210,000, we felt that was needed just to go directly to them. We didn't keep any of that for our admin. We gave all of that to them. On 2.3, that again is our 2021 CAP contract. We try to budget, 1.6 is what we budgeted, so they gave us another $40,000 over that, but it's actually $161,361 that we got from TDHCA. That contract ends the end of this year, December 31st of 2021. We've already probably obligated most of that, so this increase will probably not affect us being able to spend it out. This is our contract from TDHCA to the city, and that's the 2021 CAP. Then the next one, the 2.4, that is again, the contract where we pass it on to Neighborhood House or Lutheran Social Services for them to carry out the contract or to provide the direct services. And then we also kept part of that for our admin.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Council questions for Ms. Murphy. Start with Patterson Harris.
Thank you. I mainly wanted to pinpoint this because I still continue to get calls from people who find themselves in a tight, for lack of a better term, space. So I just wanted us to discuss and present so that people will understand what we have on hand, what we've gotten, what we're receiving or whatever, and how we can still continue in whatever fashion. Because I know one of the pieces has to do with HVAC for some of the homes. I just want to make sure that we explain that clearly for folks. Because as I stated, I'd imagine that Mr. Chattis and maybe some other council members are still continuing to get calls and want to know how the city might and what funds might still be available for citizens to try to reach out and obtain.
Well, on an annual basis, as you know, we do get the CAP funding.
Mhm.
We did get additional funding this year for CARES. We have not expended all of our CARES Act money yet, but we are well on our way. We actually have applications for Neighborhood House for the utility assistance. Basically, household crisis, all we have to do is a very short application. We just have to make sure that they meet the income criteria. And then they actually push that over to us, that we have inspectors that go out and inspect the house and take that part, but then they pay it out. But we actually have applications at our office that we pass out. The applications are on our website. Applications are available through Neighborhood House and on their website also.
So would it be safe to still encourage citizens to continue to call?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I have one other question and I didn't write it down, so shoot, it went. I think that's all I have. Yeah. Go to Mr.
Why don't we go to
Chavez.
Mr. Chavez?
It
We'll
may
come
come
back
back.
to you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Murphy, for what you and your organization are doing, helping out some people in dire straits. There's always some confusion when you talk about these programs. If we can, okay, let me retract a little bit. Some of the confusion is some of the people in my district are in floodplain, flood zones. But not all flood zones are excluded depending on the services they're looking for, correct?
Correct.
For
Flood
example,
zone-
if they're looking for HVAC assistance, they're not excluded, correct? Could you elaborate on that for us?
So the criteria is just income criteria and it has to be it's a poverty level criteria. The application, actually, we don't have to look at, mostly it's ownership. It has to be owners of the property to get utility, to get the household crisis for repairs and replacement. For utility assistance, it's anyone can apply for that. And there's no criteria for housing type, where the location is or anything like that.
Sometimes it's as simple as making that phone call or going to the website,
Yes,
or
sir.
maybe even sometimes talking to your neighbor for,
Yes, sir.
for a help out, for a reach out. Thank you for the explanation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chavez. Okay, thank you, Ms. Patterson Harris. Any other comments or questions for Ms. Murphy? Okay, yes. Mr. Chavez, one more?
One more.
Please.
On the, again, because I get the phone calls from my constituents wanting to know about the floodplain, the flood zone that they're in. And that is not something that we as a city do, correct? We didn't designate it a flood zone or floodplain. This
That's
comes from FEMA.
FEMA. Yes,
Could,
sir.
could you give us a little elaborate, some history on that? Or, okay, let's leave it at that. We don't set the floodplain. FEMA does that.
Correct.
When there's some arbitration or trying to get it out of the floodplain zone, again, FEMA has the last say so on that, correct?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Okay, just wanted just information for the public. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome, Mr. Chavez. Other questions? Okay, I'll open the floor for a motion to approve items 6.2, 6.21, 6.22, 6.23, and 6.24.
Move to approve.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Thank you, Ms. Patterson Harris. Council, is there further discussion on the motion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion on the floor, please say aye. Any opposed by that very same sign? Motion carries 7-0. We'll now move to item 6.6. Item 6.6 is on page 78. To begin, before we begin consideration, is there a motion? Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Thank you, Mr. Christian. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mayor. We have Ms. Sharman Owens, our traffic engineer, and she might have some guests back there with her. Do you? Okay.
I forgot.
I mean, Holly,
I'll
you
put-
could bring
I'll put
Holly
my
up here and
glasses
talk
on
about
if I need
this. She
to.
probably, yeah.
This is the second reading of the speed zone ordinance. Got a very short presentation just of the changes that have been proposed, so it won't be as long and drawn out as last time. But the current speed limits on 34th Street between Marcia Sharp Freeway and Milwaukee Avenue are 35, 40, and 50 miles per hour. And then on Milwaukee, between 34th Street and 98th Street, 82nd Street, pardon me, are 50 and 45 miles per hour. And what we've done, as you know, is done speed studies, put them through the US Limits 2 software, and came up with these proposed speed limits to update the ordinance. 34th Street, 35 miles per hour would stay, but 40 and 45 miles per hour on the western limits of this 34th Street. So between Elkhart and Milwaukee instead of the 45 and 50. And then on Milwaukee, just the whole distance would be 45 miles per hour. We did take these again to the Citizens Traffic Commission on May the 18th, and they motioned and approved for us to bring that to city council. Let's see. So the summary is Milwaukee, the changes, as I've just mentioned, 50 to 45 miles per hour, that whole distance. There's been a lot of development there, as y'all all know. And so that is one of the criteria that is looked at in US limits too. 34th Street between Marshall Sharp Freeway to Milwaukee. Again, lowering parts of that from 50 miles per hour to 40 and 45 miles per hour. Again, these are some administrative changes we're doing. 98th Street between University and Upland. During one of the ordinance sections that we did, we did not have the whole, it did not read from east to west. So we have just changed a line or two so that it would read from east to west and be consistent with the rest of the ordinance. And then along Slide Road, we just removed anything in the ordinance that talked about FM 1730 because the city has taken that roadway over from TxDOT. So that is, if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer anything.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Owens. Questions for Ms. Owens on, let's go to Mr. Christian.
Yeah, just quickly, tell me a little bit more, give me more details of changing the order on number three, changing the order so that the speed limit descriptions read from east to west. So they read the other way before this change?
No, it didn't. There was one section in there where the lines during publication to Franklin had somehow gotten switched. When we do a small section of the ordinance instead of the whole thing, sometimes the line items get changed because we're deleting lines or adding lines. And so when it was published, it just flip-flopped a couple of the lines. And so this is getting that back in order. So really between Quaker and Savannah, it was not in the correct order. So we put it in the correct order. It's just an administrative thing. We didn't change any speed limits at this time along 98th Street.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I asked for this to be pulled because all of these are in my district, and I'm very pleased that we're changing the speed limit on Milwaukee Avenue to make it consistent. There was a lot of confusion, and there's just a lot of confusion, and drivers were put in a very awkward position, let's put it that way, going from one speed limit to another. But this ordinance change also for me tees up what we talked about last time, that for us to have a very deep and wide conversation about what I'm going to call traffic safety. And that covers a lot of territory because there's a number of us that we voiced our concern about what I say is our wide and long streets are a blessing and a curse, and they're also dangerous. We just need to have that conversation. So, Mr. Mayor, I just want to have that opportunity that I feel that I would, not speaking for everybody on this thing, but I would say a good number of people up here, my fellow council members know that we need to address that, and not pointing any fingers at you guys, but you know what I'm saying. It's a racetrack out there a lot of the time, and it's very dangerous. On any given day, I'll see at least 3 red light runners, and no telling how many speeders, putting everybody in danger. So that's one of the reasons why I wanted to pull this, because we need to address this, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Your point's duly noted. We will have a work session on that topic later this year. Anything else from Ms. Owens? All right, thank you very much, Sherman. Council, we've got a motion on the floor to approve item 6.6. Is there further discussion? All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by the same sign? That motion carries 7-0. We'll move now to item 6.7. It's on page 110. Before we get the briefing on this, is there a motion to begin consideration? Move to approve. Thank you, Mr. Maskell. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Christian. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Brenda Haney is going to come up and kind of talk about the next step in a project that we have discussed going back now nearly 3 years. think it's got great potential, both for the service we deliver to the community and the efficiency that I feel like we can gain. So Ms. Haney, if you would.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Pleasure to be with you this evening. I'm the one with the guest in the back. It is Holly Holder. You'll find out later why he's hanging around. So,
You couldn't do better than that?
Well, and they didn't sit with her.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I've known him for a number of years, I'll say. We'll keep our distance. How's that? So I just want to give you a little bit of background on the project and where we're at today. So before I actually joined the city had engaged Park Hill to do an assessment of our solid waste system. And that project really had three main phases to it. One was doing a cost of service and a rates design study. Then the next part was looking at an operational review, specifically at our residential collections, and then a feasibility study of a transfer station. And those two go kind of hand in hand in many ways. That draft report was submitted to us in May of 2020. And I guess now is as good a time as any to say what's a transfer station, because that's really what the rest of this is about. And so it's a centralized area where all of our residential collection vehicles will go here in town in lieu of traveling all the way and making a direct haul to the landfill. So the goal will be to improve our overall efficiencies with this, with this facility. So when you looked at the previous work in the operational review, and found significant route inefficiencies and all that time was largely spent traveling from the city limits when they got off the route or the truck was loaded and heading to the landfill. And if you look at the 5 different collection zones that we operate in town on a daily basis, they were spending anywhere from 3 to 4.5 hours off route. Out of a 10-hour workday, that's a significant loss of productivity just in windshield time going to the landfill, waiting at the landfill, and then coming back and getting on the route. We began the feasibility study. We started with 3 sites. We expanded at our request. Park Hill looked at 3 additional sites. In the process of evaluating those, we wanted to keep everything kind of apples to apples and make sure it was consistent. So they created a kind of a conceptual design of a transfer station. So it was the same from one site to the next. So it didn't change and skew any of the numbers. We included capital and operational costs for each of the sites in that. We looked at those routes and those locations and said, these routes will come in direct haul to the landfill, or those will come to the transfer station. Just, it wasn't necessarily everybody would be using the transfer station. 5 of those 6 sites ultimately, bless you, paid for themselves over the 20-year study period so that we could essentially retire our debt and be in a cost recovery method after that. And then recommended that we look at 3 additional sites or 3 sites with a little more specificity, which is where we are today. So we issued a request for proposals for engineering services. It would take us from the site evaluation and then all the way out to the construction and opening of the facility. We had 2 firms that submitted proposals. The selection committee selected Park Hill, and we have subsequently negotiated a scope of work from them. There is a total of 3 phases of work and 8 tasks in this project. So this is going to be a multi-year project. Tonight, the contract in front of you is awarding just the first phase of that for $129,233. In that, there is the evaluation of those 3 sites with a little more detail. We'll do some traffic analyses. And then the next section, the archaeological and environmental is essentially a fatal flaw analysis. We certainly don't want to buy a piece of land that we can't secure a permit for because, you know, there's some artifact out there that would prevent us from being able to get a permit from the TCEQ. So it's a broad review of those properties just to make sure we don't get ourselves too far down the road. And then we'll do what is known as architectural building programming. It just gives us kind of the start of what that building is going to look like, how it's going to sit on a piece of property. That will lead us into the next phases of the work, which will ultimately go to the TCEQ Title 5 or Type 5 permitting. That's a fancy word for transfer stations. There are a number of facilities that are categorized as Type 5. This is a lot easier permit. Generally, I knock on wood, than a landfill is. We'll do engineering surveying work, a more detailed traffic study that's required by the TCEQ rules, and some additional environmental work. And then I have used this technique in the past. We'll engage we have the opportunity to engage a legal firm that specializes in solid waste work to kind of review the permit before it's submitted to the TCEQ. It helps prime the engineers in case this goes to the worst case scenario, which would be a contested case hearing. It just kind of gets everything laid out. It's an investment of money on the front end, but it often saves you on the back end when you are in front of the TCEQ responding to any comments they might have. And the third and final phase then will prepare the engineering and architectural plans and specifications, move into the bidding and construction phase, and contract award, and then the construction phase. So we lose control here after that engineering, surveying, traffic study work, because that's when the document then ultimately ends up in the hands of the TCEQ, and we don't have control over their time frame, but then we'll be able to set a schedule for the project again after that. This is a multi-year project. We anticipate the first two phases taken as a couple of years before we're ready to make the submission of the document to the TCEQ. That's all I have for you this evening.
Okay, questions from Ms. Haney. Let's start with Mr. Christian. Randy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm the puller of this resolution, and for one reason only, is that basically your beautiful and informative presentation that for people both in the room and visiting us on the World Wide Web, as the mayor says, these sort of projects, a lot of citizens don't understand how important these are to the future of our city. And I just wanted to be a refresher of this project, because I would venture to guess that a lot of my fellow council members get a number of calls about why hasn't my trash been emptied, or why has the dumpster been? But the main thing is it just makes sense with the growth of our cities, running trucks all the way back to the north end of our city. The cost savings is going to be significant. And I would think that the level of service would also be improved too. So,
Absolutely.
Mr. Mayor, that was the reason I wanted to pull it. It's just a refresher of how important this is as this city moves forward and continues to grow. So thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Further comments or questions? Ms. Haney?
Mayor, I
Sorry.
just want to make clear, we're not creating a site for the trash. What we're doing is just a facility where that is taken from the trucks and loaded into what?
It goes from small trucks to big trucks. That's the simple version of it. We will unload our en route collection trucks, then onto a tipping floor. It'll be a completely enclosed facility. So you won't have, you shouldn't have odors. You shouldn't have, any other nuisances to the public. And then they get loaded into over the road semi-transfer tractor trailer trucks, and then hauled out to the landfill from there.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chavez?
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Haney, can you go back to slide phase 2? There.
Oops.
Oh, yeah, there. Yes, ma'am. I had a question. Engineering, surveying, traffic study, and environmental. The environmental part, is that a study that's being conducted?
There's some general environmental work that we need to do for every site. I mean, anytime you're building a building, you have to do a phase 1, phase 2 site assessment. So there's that. And then there's some additional work that we'll want to do relative to stormwater. There's no groundwater wells that have to go in for this. So there's just some general, we cover it kind of we lay the environmental blanket generically over a number of things. So there'll be some just some simple environmental work. There may be some borings and some site investigation for foundation work and such.
That's what I was going, my next question was, are there going to be some wells?
Yeah. We will
Environmental
not
wells?
actually have, well, it depends on the site. So if there's any need for anything from water for the facility that we can't get potable water to, city water to, then we'll look at that as an option. This facility does not require groundwater monitoring wells.
Okay, thank you, man. Thank you, Mayor.
Anything else for Ms. Haney? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very
By the
much.
way, we appreciate how you guys respond too. We do get a lot of phone calls, particularly in a wet summer,
Yeah.
and we're thankful for your team. Thank you for
Appreciate
that.
that.
Yes. Okay, council, is there further discussion on item 6.7? Okay, we've got a motion on the floor to approve this item. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. We'll move now to item 6.8. It's on page 138. It's an item from community development. And to begin, before we begin a discussion and get briefed on that, is there a motion to begin consideration? Thank you, Mr. Chattis. Is there a second? Thank you, Ms. Joy. Mr. Atkinson.
Well, Mr. Mayor and City Council, backed by popular demand, we have Ms. Karen Murphy.
Good evening again.
Evening again. This is our contract with our consultant for our HUD contracts or for our grants. We did an RFQ. We had 5 different companies that actually did an RFQ with us. We selected through Point System Severtas. They're out of South Carolina. We've worked with them a little bit on with our other previous consultant. They are actually a subcontract with them, so we're kind of familiar with them. This is a contract that we use to help us with any of our substantial changes in our consolidated plan. We use our consultants a lot especially with CARES Act. We had to do a lot of changes to our consolidated plan, having public hearings, those different things for that. We also, during this multi-year contract, we also do training for staff. Instead of sending our staff away, we have the consultant come here and do training for each one of our different grants. And then also there's special components of the grants. So like if we have new construction in our home program for affordable housing, then they would come and help us make sure that we're in compliance and train all of our staff. So all of the staff is understanding how that grant might work.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Council questions for Ms. Murphy? All right, got off easy. Thanks, Karen. Appreciate it. Council, is there discussion on item 6.8? We have a motion and a second to approve item 6.8. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Any opposed by the same sign? All right, that motion carries 7-0. That concludes our consent agenda. We'll now move to a regular agenda, which begins with item 7.1 on page 257. Items 7.1, 7.2, and 7.3 are board appointments for some of our for 3 of our public improvement districts. And before we go to those, I was going to ask the city secretary's office to just explain, just a real quick explanation of what we're doing here.
Okay, so we have 3 different boards. I'll just speak on all 3 items, 7.1, 7.2, 7.3. 7.1 is the Quincy Park Improvement District. It does have 5 board members on its board. 2 of the seats were up. And all of these 3 public improvement districts, the board membership is made by property owners of that district. And they hold elections and they make the recommendations to the council. The 2 top vote getters are the ones that they recommend. So for Quincy Park, the 2 individuals are Ellen Powell and Shelley Lee. For Valencia Public Improvement District, Jenna Massey, Corey Lusk, and Jonathan Jackson. And then for the Upland Crossing Public Improvement District Board, the individuals are Chris Berry, Trey Benton, Zach Tollett, Mike Snyder, and Austin Lear. And those are your options for the recommendations for your 3 boards.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Garza. Okay, let's start. I think Ms. Joy and Mr. Chattis have some motions here on this one. So I'll start with Ms. Joy. Do you have a motion?
The city secretary has outlined exactly the appointment, so I
You just
move,
want to do them you want to grab all 3? You want to do them all at the same time? Okay.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
move to approve 7.1, 7.2, and 7.3. Those being Alan Powell and Shelley Lee for Quincy Park Public Improvement District Advisory Board, Valencia Public Improvement District Advisory Board, Jenna Massey, Corey Lusk, and Jonathan Jackson. Item 7.3, the Upland Crossing Public Improvement District Advisory Board. Those appointments are Chris Berry, Trey Benton, Zach Tollett, Mike Snyder, and Austin Lear.
Okay, thank you for that motion. Is there a second, Mr. Chavez? Okay. Got a motion and a second. Council, any questions for staff or comments on these, on this motion to approve items 7.1, 7.2, and 7.3? Okay, all those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, council. Thank you, Ms. Garza. Thank you, Ms. Joy. Okay, item 7.4 is also an item from the city secretary's office, and it's a situation where we have to take action to appoint the chair and vice chair for the Lubbock Water Advisory Commission. The current chair is Jay House. The vice chair is Melanie Barnes. I think they are suggesting that we reappoint them to their roles. Could I get a motion to that effect?
To reappoint Jay House as chairperson of the Lubbock Water Advisory Commission and Melanie Barnes as the vice chairperson for the Lubbock Water Advisory Commission.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Is there a second?
I would second Ms. Joy's motion for appointment.
Thank you, Mr. Massico. Council, is there discussion on this item? We got a motion and a second to approve these appointments. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Any opposed by that same sign? Okay, that motion carries 7-0. All right, we'll move now to item 7.5. Let's see if I got this right here. 7.5 is an item related to annexation tonight. It is similar to the item that we're going to consider, the two items that follow it tonight, 7.5, 6, and 7. These require a public hearing on each one of them, and then we'll do the first consideration of the ordinance itself. I'm going to ask Mr. Isom to give us a briefing on all three of these, 7.5, 7.6, and 7.7. Okay? Can you do that, Brian?
I can.
All right, take it away.
Item 7.5 is for city council to consider an ordinance for a request for annexation from Starlight Development LLC to annex an area of approximately 553 acres adjacent to the southern city limits of the city of Lubbock, south of 146th Street and west of Frankfurt Avenue. Here we show a map that shows some of the capital improvement projects that are underway. The municipal service plan is the first step in annexation, and the municipal service plan for this annexation was approved at the July 13th city council meeting. And here we show the location of the 4 annexations that are ongoing right now. 3 of them are first reading tonight, 1 second reading. This one would be the location indicated in yellow. Staff is available for questions.
Any questions for Mr. Isom on item 7.5? Okay, let's go to item 7.6, Mr. Isom.
Item 7.6 is to consider an ordinance for a request for annexation from Loop 88 LLC, Nelson Sherman Family LP, Edward and Carol Daniel Revocable Trust, Eileen Hobgood and Kim Nelson, regarding a petition annexation for approximately 718 acres of land adjacent to our western city limits, south of 34th Street and west of Endler Avenue. Again, we show a map of the capital improvement projects ongoing in the area, and the municipal service plan for this annexation was approved at the July 27th city council meeting. And this one would be indicated on this map in red.
Okay, council, questions for Mr. Isom on 7.6? Okay, let's go to 7.7, Mr. Isom.
Item 7.7 is to consider an ordinance for request for annexation from Violet A. McInnes, Sandra K. Carlton, Wyatt Crawford, Melissa E. Crawford, Landshark Commercial Properties LLC, Lubbock Cooper Independent School District, Grow Lubbock LLC, and Red Canyon LLC regarding a petition annexation for approximately 432 acres adjacent to the southern city limits south of 146th Street and west of Avenue P. Again, the map showing the capital improvement projects within the area. This municipal service plan was also approved at the July 27th City Council meeting. And on this map, it is indicated in blue. Staff is available for questions.
Okay. Any questions for, on item 7.7? Portrayed here quite well in Columbia blue. Looks like Monterey blue there. A couple of members of the dais probably like that. All right. Thank you, Mr. Isom. We may call you back momentarily. Okay, let's go back to item 7.5. The local government code requires a public hearing for the city council to consider the annexation of property. At this time, I'll open the public hearing in regard to the annexation of an area approximately 553 acres adjacent to the southern city limits of the city of Lubbock, south of 146th Street and west of Frankfurt Avenue. Is there anyone that would like to speak either in favor or in opposition to this annexation? Please come forward if you'd like to. Anyone that would like to speak in favor or opposition? I think Mr. Payne would come forward if you want to hear from him. Here he comes.
I had a feeling you were going to invite me when you came back around to that the second time. Thomas Payne, FM 15309, FM 1730, representing Starlight Development. We had a pretty full discussion of this case a couple of weeks ago. So I'm here to answer any questions. I don't really have any additional comments, but I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Council questions for Mr. Payne. Thank you. There are no one that's following the meeting on electronically or on Zoom has wants to speak on this one. One more call. Anyone that would like to speak in favor or opposition to item 7.5? All right, the public hearing is closed. I'll open the floor for a motion to approve the ordinance to annex the property.
Move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Maskell. Thank you, Mr. Christian. Councilors, their discussion on that motion. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed by that same sign. Motion carries 7-0. We'll move now to item 7.6. It's on page 299. The local government code requires a public hearing for the city council to consider the annexation of property. At this time, I will open the public hearing in regard to the annexation of an area approximately 717.76 acres adjacent to the western city limits of the city of Lubbock, south of 34th Street and west of Inler Avenue. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against or in favor of this annexation? Please come forward. Like
Mayor,
it's like deja vu all over again. Mr.
Yes,
Payne.
and
Yes.
2 or 3 times. I'm going to present myself again for any questions. This annexation is a little different. It's far out to the west and extends the city limits a fair distance south of the existing city limits. It's a little bit unusual, but I think a very important annexation for the city because it brings land into the city that otherwise was not going to make the trip. It also will create a section of land that will be developed with water and sewer service, which will significantly reduce demand for underground water. And we've talked about all the good things about that before. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. There's no one online has raised their hand and requested to speak on 7.6. Final call, anyone in favor or opposition to item 7.6? Okay, we'll close the public hearing on item 7.6. Is there a motion to approve the ordinance to annex this property? Thank you, Mr. Chadis. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Christian. Council, is there discussion on item 7.6? All those in favor of the motion to approve item 7.6, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, we'll move now to item 7.7. It is on page 350. The local government code requires a public hearing for the city council to consider the annexation of property. At this time, I will open the public hearing in regard to the annexation of an area approximately 431.13 acres adjacent to the southern city limits of City of Lubbock, south of 146th Street and west of Avenue P. Is there anyone who wishes to speak either against or in support of this annexation?
Mayor, I'll return one last time. Thomas Payne, 15309 FM 1730. If you'll indulge me, I said some months ago that I wouldn't rise in front of the council again without thanking our first responders. I've violated that commitment twice in the last 2 times I've appeared before you, and I'm going to take this opportunity to correct that and say thank you to those folks, which I intend to do every time I rise. It was an accident and an oversight on my part that I failed to do that before, and thanks for indulging me. I'll be happy to answer any questions about this annexation. I represent Red Canyon Development and Grow Lubbock. I do not represent Landshark, which has the land on the west end of this annexation. This annexation has been underway for a longer period of time than the first 2. Been a lot of moving parts and pieces, and they all finally hit the ground, and we all got on the same page, and everybody's joined in this annexation together. And I look forward to working with the folks at Landshark on the west end of this annexation. We'll be extending some utilities more or less together to serve this land. And it will extend the city limits considerable distance to the south of the existing city limits, south of the Bell Farm subdivision. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Council, anything for Mr. Payne? Thank you, Thomas. Okay, other speakers in favor or in opposition? We have no hands raised online, so I will close the public hearing for item 7.7. Is there a motion to approve the ordinance to annex this property?
Move for approval. Second.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez, for the motion, Mr. Griffith for the second. Council, is there any discussion on the motion to approve item 7.7? Okay, all those in favor of the motion to approve item 7.7, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? Okay, that motion carries 7-0. Okay, we'll move now to item 7.8. Let's get a quick briefing. Mr. Isom, you prepared to give us a quick briefing on this one?
So item 7.8 are chapter 40 amendments, which are amendments to our zoning code. As you guys might recall, at the June 8th, 2021 council meeting, staff presented a request to rezone property along 19th Street from C4 and C2 to C4 with a specific use for a dance hall. It was discussed that night about the fact that staff seemingly has to kind of stick a square peg in a round hole to get an event center into any one of our existing land uses. So we were tasked with going back and looking at that specific land use, as well as any other additional land uses that we might need to adjust based on some previous conversations. Some of the other land uses that we identified that had some concerns were if you think about the Gbo's case recently, where they had to go to M1 to allow outside storage. That was an additional thing we looked at: hardware stores and home improvement centers. And the last one being like a contractor's yard or office warehouse use. So what we have on the first set of revisions are the 3 that made it through our Planning and Zoning Commission meeting: the definition for event center, definition for hardware store, and definition for home improvement center. Unfortunately, we had some concerns from the Planning and Zoning Commission with the office warehouse use, that it might unintentionally allow some additional uses that would not want, that would be considered kind of noxious. So we've taken that back and we're going to continue to workshop that definition. The second change that this does, we work with our council subcommittee on the UDC to go through a lot of these items. And one of the other items that we went to was some uses that are currently permitted in the CV2 district that would need to be removed. This would include the game room and lumber yard. And then the third change is that it added the event center as a specific use in C2, C3, and C4. Not just the definition for office warehouse will be coming back to the Planning and Zoning Commission and the City Council at a later date. There were some allowances that we were putting in C3 for home improvement center and hardware stores, that there was an additional general provision that contradicted what we were trying to do that we didn't catch, but it was caught at the Planning and Zoning Commission. So that will come back at a later time as well. So with that, staff is available for questions on these items.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Isom. Council, questions for Mr. Isom? Mr. Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Isom, a few council meetings ago, there was a couple that wanted an event center.
Mhm.
And it wasn't permittable because of the written rule. Now it is, and now it will be permittable. Is there somebody that's going to reach out to them and let them know that there's been a change in the rules?
We will, once it's adopted, staff will reach out to them. We actually have more than one case where this is a concern, so.
That was going to be my next question. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, good question. Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Other comments, Ms. Patterson Harris?
Thank you. Explain to me event center.
So what is an event center? To me, I always think banquet hall. That's what I came from, what it was where I came from. But I'll go ahead and read the definition out: of public or privately owned structure or area. Used for the purposes of public performances, private receptions or parties, conferences, ceremonies, or similar attractions that may generate heavy traffic. Accessory uses may include food preparation facilities, concessions, offices, or restaurants. So it's essentially an area where you can hold your private parties. Could be maybe not necessarily a conference center, but private parties. Quinceañeras are a big thing around here, and different parties similar to that.
Are there any other things attached to an event center that would not be attached to a banquet hall or a dance hall?
Could you give me an example?
What would be the
Lee?
difference? What's the difference? Even looking at that definition, what would be the difference between a dance hall and this event center?
To me, again, it goes back to the banquet hall. The dance hall is going to be specifically for dancing. And I think our dance hall definition does not allow for the sale of alcohol. This does not strictly prohibit that. So
What about a dance floor? Would that be permissible, allowed in a facility like that's considered an event center?
typically, yes, this would, I mean, it doesn't prohibit the dance floor.
Okay, I just checking on some stuff that might would otherwise pose an issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson Harris. Other questions for Mr. Isom? Okay, thanks, Brian. So this this requires a public hearing because it's a change to our zoning code. So I'll open the public hearing for item 7.8 and invite anyone who would like to speak either in opposition or in favor of these proposed changes. You thought he might dance his way up here? Is that what you're suggesting? Anybody that would like to speak either in support or in opposition? Okay, we'll close the public hearing on item 7.8. Council, is there a motion to approve item 7.8?
Move to approve.
Second. Thank you, Ms. Joy. Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Is there discussion on this item, council? Ms. Joy, yes.
We normally don't self-initiate, I guess, city initiate these changes, but we've had so many problems at planning and zoning with requests that just didn't fit. And we felt like we couldn't wait another year to correct the issue because they keep coming. And so that's the reason is, our code was written in the 70s, okay? We didn't have event centers. If we did, we didn't call them that, call them something else. And so I think this is really to help move things forward for the citizens, not necessarily for the city as much as it is to allow them to do what they would like to do with their property.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Council, any other comments or discussion on this item? Ms. Patterson Harris?
I just don't want there to be any unintended consequences as a result of this. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson Harris. All right, we've got a motion on the floor to approve item 7.8. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, beginning with item 7.9, we have 4 items in a row that are second read, zone case second reads. If it pleases the council, I'm going to ask Mr. Isom to brief us again quickly or at a high level on 7.9, 7.10, 7.11, 7.12. Brian, can you do that, please? Council, you go with that, council? All right, please, Brian.
Item 7.9 is case 2538T for Kenny Blackwell, represented by Hugo Reed and Associates. The request is to rezone property from single family district R1 to local retail district C2 at 7302 34th Street. Here we show the subject site outline in orange, generally located north of 34th Street and west of Upland Avenue. Staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission both recommended approval of this case, and the City Council approved first reading by unanimous vote.
Okay, anything on 7.9, council? Okay, let's go to 7.10, please, Mr. Isom.
Item 7.10 is case 3047 AA for George McMahon Development
Page 408.
LLC, represented by AMD Engineering LLC. The request is to rezone property from single family district R1 specific use to reduce setback single family district R1A at 4718, 4719, 4720, 4721, 4724, 121st Place. Here we show the subject site outline in orange, generally located north of 122nd Street and west of Quaker Avenue. Staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this request, and City Council approved first reading by unanimous vote.
Okay, let's move to item 7.11. It's on page 426.
Item 7.11 is case 3436 for MD Rahman. The request is to rezone property from single family district R1 to general retail district C3 at 3301 East 4th Street. Here we show the subject site outline in orange, generally located north of East 4th Street and east of Idalou Road. Staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this request, and City Council approved first reading by unanimous vote.
Thank you, Mr. Isom. Any questions for Mr. Isom on 7.11? By the way, the proponent is on Zoom if we need him. Okay, so just a FYI on that. Please go to item 7.12, page 441.
Item 7.12 is case 3438 for Ramona Prater and the state of Charles Prater, represented by Abacus Engineering and Surveying. The request is to rezone property from Transition District T to High Density Apartment District A2. Here we show the subject site outline in orange, generally located north of 114th Street and east of University Avenue. Staff and Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this request, and the City Council approved first reading by unanimous vote.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Isom. Council, questions for staff on this one? We also have a representative of Abacus Engineering on Zoom too, if we need them for this one tonight. Okay. Council, do you want to consider these collectively or individually? What's your pleasure? Was that a motion, Mr. Griffith?
Move to consider all 7, 9, 10, page 11, and 12.
That's a motion to approve. Okay, is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Chattis. Got a motion on the floor to approve items 7-9, 7-10, 7-11, and 7-12 on second reading. Counselors, is there discussion? All those in favor of that motion to approve items 7-9, 7-10, 7-11, 7-12, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? The motion carries 7-0.
Thank you to those of you who appeared tonight on all 4 of these cases, either in person or electronically.
Yeah, I agree. Yes. Okay, we'll go now to item 713. 713 is the second read of a ordinance or petition annexation from planning. I'll let Mr. Isom give us a little bit of background. It's on page 457.
Item 713 is the second reading of an ordinance for petition for annexation by the Lubbock Economic Development Alliance, or LEDA, to annex an area of approximately 408 acres adjacent to the eastern city limits of the city of Lubbock. This one is south of 4th Street and east of East Loop 289. The municipal service plan was approved on June 22nd, 2021, and first reading of this ordinance was approved at our last meeting. Staff is available for questions.
And they're the one in the green, as you said, right?
Yes, they are the
Okay.
one in the green.
Okay, all right. Questions for Mr. Isom? Thank you, Brian. All right, council, is there a motion to begin consideration of item 713? Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Is there a second? Thank you, Ms. Joy. Council, is there discussion on item 713? All right. All those in favor of the motion to approve item 713, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. All right, thank you for being here tonight, Mr. Osborne. We'll move now to item 714. It's on page 491. Council, this is an alcohol variance request from a new business in 82nd Street. And let's get a motion to consider, and then we'll let Mr. Isom give some background on this. There a motion to consider this one?
Move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Massengale. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Chattis. Mr. Isom.
Item 714 is a request to consider a resolution to approve and grant a variance from the applicable 300-foot minimum distance provisions of the City of Lubbock Ordinance number 2009-00060 at 6012 82nd Street, Suite E, for an alcoholic beverage permit for a new restaurant called Bucket of Love. The business is within 300 feet of a public school, Crestview Elementary School, and the Friendship Independent School District. We have reached out to Friendship ISD, but have not received anything in response.
Any questions for Mr. Isom? It's like hanging around Mr. Massengale. It's like buckets of love, you know? So, yeah. Couldn't let that go. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Isom. All right, council, this is, we follow, this is a process we follow on all of, on any variance of this sort. We've not had one in couple months, I guess, several months. Any questions for staff or comments on this request? My understanding is that Buckets of Love is a chicken joint.
Beer.
Well, yeah, beer, probably beer too. It's supposed to be a bit like Babe's Chicken, is what I've been told. But that does makes me hungry. Yes. I think Mr. Chattis wants me to move on this one. So Okay, we've got a motion and a second to approve the variance that is the resolution that approves the variance on item 714. All those in favor of that, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, let's go to 715. 715 is the item from finance tonight that allows us to consider a resolution adopting a proposed tax rate. And Mr. Koslich has a short presentation, and then we will we'll consider the item. Mr. Koslich?
All right. Thank you, Mayor, Council. Good evening. So tonight's action is the first official action in approving or getting to an approval of our fiscal year 22 operating budget. So what we're doing tonight is adopting and setting out for the public a notice of what our proposed tax rate is. Tonight is not adopting an actual tax rate. It is essentially just laying it out for the public to say, this is what our budget was built upon, giving the notice properly as required by the state in the newspaper, on our website, and on our TV station, Channel 2. And then allowing the public to be able to give their input and their voice through a public hearing, which we will announce at the conclusion of this presentation. So we'll get into this presentation first. The state required language is a revenue year-over-year increase. I'll go ahead and read that. This budget will raise more total property taxes than last year's budget by $4,100,044, or 4.3%. And of that amount, $2,195,284 is tax revenue to be raised from new property added to the rolls this year. So on Thursday and actually officially on Friday, we got our calculations from the Lubbock Central Appraisal District notifying us of our no new revenue and voter approval tax rates, our unused increments, and our voter approval tax rate with the unused increment included. As you'll see, our no new revenue rate for tax year 21, fiscal year 22 is 49.7710 cents. The voter approval tax rate, which takes the M&O from that no new revenue and adds 3.5% to the maintenance and operations, is 52.323 cents. The unused increment, which might be a little, this is a new one for this year. With the adoption of Senate Bill 2, this allowed us, if the cities or the local jurisdictions, the taxing entities don't go to the full 3.5%, that difference in the rate between what is adopted and the 3.5, the full voter approval tax rate is essentially banked, and it's on a 3-year roll. So if you don't take the full 3.5% in year 1, you get to roll that for years 2, 3, and 4. After year 4, for that specific year, the unused increment rolls off. So this year, of course, like I said, is 0.003632. So that moves the voter approval tax rate with the unused increment to 52.6862 cents. As you'll see, what we have built our fiscal year 22 budget on is the proposed rate that is in bold, and that is exactly equal to the voter approval tax rate. So we are going up, or we are proposing to go up to the full 3.5% on the M&O tax rate increase. Mayor, going quickly into just some calendar of events for public knowledge. So tonight, August 10th, we're discussing the proposed tax rate. We'll have to take a vote on the maximum tax rate, and we'll announce the dates for the public hearing on the tax rate. On August 12th, the finance team will officially file our proposed budget with the city secretary. Follow that on August 24th. We have a regular city council meeting. There will not be any formal action taken on the budget at that meeting. The next is for us, August 26th and August 31st are the dates that we have to publish notices for the public hearings. The first public hearing and the only public hearing will be September 7th 2021 in a special called city council meeting at 5 p.m. And that's the date that we will hold the public hearing for both the budget and the proposed tax rate. We will announce a meeting to adopt the tax rate at that. We'll do our first reading of the budget ordinance and the tax levy ordinance. Following that, 1 week later, September 14th, at the regularly called city council meeting, we'll have our second reading of the budget ordinance and the tax levy ordinance. And September 29th will be the last day to adopt that tax rate and adopt our budget. Mayor, Council, with that, I'll take any questions you have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Koslich. I know we talked about this in work session today, but are there any questions for Mr. Koslich? Thank you, Blue. Before I open the floor for a motion, I need to read this into the record. City Council will hold the public hearing on the proposed 2021 tax rate at the Tuesday, September 7, 2021 City Council meeting that will be held in the City Council Chambers, 1314 Avenue K, beginning at 5 p.m. The City Council will hold the first reading of the tax rate ordinance at the Tuesday, September 7, 2021 City Council meeting that will be held in the City Council Chambers, 1314 Avenue K, beginning at 5 p.m. The City Council will vote on the second and final reading of the tax rate ordinance at the September 14, 2021 City Council meeting to be held in the City Council Chambers, 1314 Avenue K, beginning at 5 p.m. I'd open the floor for a motion to begin consideration of item 715.
Move for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Griffiths. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Okay, Council, we got a motion and a second to approve the resolution adopting the proposed tax rate that Mr. Koslich just described for us in some detail. Is there discussion, Mr. Griffith?
No discussion. I appreciate Mr. Koslich coming up and going through this properly. And I think it's heading in the right direction.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Other comments or questions? Ms. Joy.
Just, it's kind of a comment question. Mr. Koslich, you want to come back up? When we received the new information from the Lubbock Appraisal District, then we had to rework our numbers. Is that correct?
That's correct, we did.
And that's required.
So that is required based
It's
upon.
not anything we really wanted to do, but those numbers are different than they were in the original presentation that we did at work session. Is that correct?
That's correct, ma'am. We do have to, because we don't have all the information on protested properties, on exemptions first received. There's a lot of different calculations that go into calculating that no new revenue rate that we have no access to. So we really have to kind of look at historical numbers, trends, and try to estimate where we will come out that year. And that's what we use to build our budget. Once those officially come out, we have to make the adjustments necessary based upon whatever no new revenue rate, voter approval rates actually come out from the appraisal district.
And at least two of those areas that caused the change had to do with protests and exemptions, correct?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
Now, how did that change the proposed tax rate from the prior presentation?
From the prior presentation overall, the tax rate that we're recommending now is actually less than what we actually came to you with during the budget workshop presentations. So we had initially offered up a proposal of about a 1.59 cent reduction in the tax rate. What we actually come to you with the proposed for tonight's action is 1.8 cents reduction.
And the voter approval rate also changed. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am. That changes because the no new revenue, your base changes. So
Okay.
that number will also change.
So anything in excess of that voter approval rate would require an election.
It would be an automatic election. Yes, ma'am.
Unless it was within the allowance we had that we
Yeah.
rolled over from last
That's
year.
correct. And that's a good point, Mayor.
Yeah.
Within that unused increment rate.
Which is very
We
small.
could
but-
go into that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Massengill.
Thank you, Mayor. You can sit down, Mr. Koslowitz. I'm just going to thank you for your work and again, to all the staff. I know how many hours go into this and I thought the whole process went relatively smooth. First, I'll just say that if you're paying attention and watching, there was significant effort in our state legislature to make this easier to understand. But I know if you're just looking at it and watching this presentation, it's very difficult to understand. And then we have this new piece in there, this unused increment that's going to continue to, it's a rollover obviously from last year, but there's a lot of numbers there that make it difficult to understand. Here's the takeaway is that we're lowering the tax rate and how lucky we are to live in a community that has healthy growth, because that puts us in a position to be able to do some things and, work hard to maintain a low tax rate. So thanks again for your work on it.
Thank you, Mr. Massengill. Further comments or questions? Okay, I think we need to get a motion. I don't believe we have a motion, do we? We do have a motion. Okay, good. I read that in the record. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to approve the proposed tax rate as has been well described by the presentation and in our work session today. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed to that motion, please say the very same thing. Motion carries 7-0. Okay. We will now move to item 718 as both 716 and 717 have been pulled by staff. 718 is by the way, on 718 council, if you're looking online at your index is incorrect on this. It says ordinance first read. The item itself is correct, but this is the second reading from the city secretary's office calling a bond election for this November. And just as a reminder that this is the future needs work, committee work that manifests itself in a street bond election or proposition, which we took last Wednesday, took the first step towards calling that. This is the second step. Mr. Atkinson, you want to add anything to that? Got it? Okay. Is there, open the floor for a motion to begin consideration of item 718? Thank you, Mr. Griffith.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Council, is there further discussion? Sort of discussed this lots and lots already, right? Okay. All those in favor of the motion to approve item 718, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? That motion carries 7-0. Okay, we'll move now to item 719. 719 and 720 are related. They both come from, they come from Lubbock Power and Light. I think Mr. Koslich will be involved. We've got financial advisor and bond counsel here tonight on these. And so, Blue, I'll let you decide how you want to go about this. We'll consider them separately, but if you want to brief on both of them, that's your call.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. Yeah, it will be easier if we just talk about it all as one. So we'll do that. I'll tee it up and then I'll let Mr. Bowles take over. But tonight's action is to authorize the issuance, the parameters ordinance for a Lubbock Power and Light revenue bond issuance series 2021. This, Mayor and Council, if you remember, there's been substantial investment made in the infrastructure around our electrical system in order to be able to conduct the integration with ERCOT. A little over 2 years ago, April of 2019, Council authorized Lubbock Power and Light to engage in a short-term kind of revolving note program to finance this project along the way. Now that work is complete, we have to do one takeout of what we have actually spent on those projects in the short-term note obligation to kind of fix out the debt obligation. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Bowles.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. It's good to be back in Lubbock tonight, and I appreciate Mr. Kostelich teeing that up as he did. I wanted to go through some information with you with respect to the market and the financing, but let me pick up where he left off when he stated that this has been I guess in my words, a great undertaking. Obviously, there's been a tremendous amount of planning, not just with the city, but at the utility with respect to joining ERCOT. Obviously, part of that was to get this short-term financing facility in place, which I think worked quite well and saved a tremendous amount of money from an interest cost standpoint. And here of late, there's been a significant dedication from your staff at LPNL, the council, the staff at the city, to get this project to where we are today. And so this Thursday, should you pass this resolution tonight, we will price this transaction to take out the interim financing that funded the improvements that allowed your admission into ERCOT. So I applaud you all. I thank you all. It's been an incredible effort. We've got a lot of work left to do, but it really has been all hands on deck. And there are a lot of people that have been involved, and I'll mention them as I go through this presentation tonight. I wanted to pick up where Mr. Kostelich left off last meeting. He did a fine job. I watched on the broadcast of going through the economic highlights. And this is a bit stale even yet today. The Senate actually passed the Senate portion of the $1 trillion bipartisan legislation around infrastructure finance. And we've got some information in here about what that includes. It will, however, in all likelihood, face a tough road when it gets over to the House in September. And so we'll be watching that closely. And there are a lot of eyes on this. There are just a lot of eyes on the infusion that could provide for economic recovery and the infrastructure of our country, not the least of which will ultimately trickle into the rate market. And that's why we mentioned this in our market update. All this to say that we're going to price this transaction Thursday. Nothing's going to happen on this prior to that, so I don't anticipate that this will become a factor at all. There's a second part of this bill that's yet to be even considered in the Senate that would really move the needle with respect to the rate market. And that's mentioned in item number 2 under major bullet number 1 then. And then obviously the economic impact of a potential shutdown due to this last uprising in COVID-19 and the Delta strain. We're obviously watching that every day. But I will tell you that the market has been incredibly resilient. You see that mostly manifested in the equity markets. Just today, we hit all-time highs again for the S&P and the Dow, which is incredible. The 10-year Treasury is in the 130-ish range. It is down from 170, which typically signals that there's some trepidation about where the economy is headed. And I think that's to be expected. There's a tremendous amount of attention being paid to what the Fed will say about quantitative easing. We expect asset purchases to begin to be tapered at the end of this year, and perhaps we'll start seeing rate increases in 2022. So there's a lot of eyes on that. But again, that's all going to happen well after we price this transaction. And just to remind you, supply is just incredibly limited. Most of the supply that comes to market these days is ultra high grade or super high grade, as we say. So it's AA+ or better. And there's not a lot of municipal bond issuance that falls in this strata. So revenue bonds that are backed by enterprise funds that are very vibrant, that have good solid A ratings. So we expect this to be very, very well received. And in that vein, I'm going to talk a little bit in a minute about some of the preparation work we've done around this that's a little bit more unique and different than what we normally do in the standard course of business. I'll focus your eyes to the lower left-hand portion of this page. And again, this is something that this is my daily contact with the marketplace. This is my Dow Jones. The municipal market data curve, the dark blue line is the 15-year average. And then the green line, the green yield curve below is where we fall today. And again, we're essentially right where we were a year ago. It's incredible, just absolutely incredible. So lack of supply in the marketplace, an incredible amount of cash on the sidelines, and just there's an insatiable appetite for this product, particularly in this space where the utility will be issuing bonds. And again, my favorite graph of all time, going back to 1961, 60 years of data here. This is taken on a weekly basis. Rates have been higher 99.94% of the time. So you could have picked one better day, but that was a couple of weeks ago and you didn't. And so we'll take what we're given here. This is just an incredible time to be an issuer.
Mr. Bowles, we need to start working on that. We need to get that day. You and Mr. Koslich need to put that on your list.
I'll put a red phone on Blue's desk, and when it rings, he'll know we're going to issue that day. It's just incredible. So our summary of financing, summary of plan of finance assumptions here are on this page. And I won't go through all this, but I do want to start with really the second bullet. We've discussed what this will be used for, essentially to take out the note program issued by Bank of America and to fund some additional improvements, all related to your ERCOT entry. There's a lot of work, though, that went on in the second bullet, and I want to take a little bit of time to talk about the rating process. Lots of people got involved in this, and this didn't just start 2 weeks ago. This started 4 years ago. And I want to credit LP&L, David McCullough, Andy Burcham, Joe Jimenez, Ranu, Blue Kostelich, everyone that was involved in this effort. This was a systematic process where we were updating these agencies, if not every 6 months, in shorter intervals. And it was just very well done. They were appreciative of the communication. They're appreciative of the path. They're appreciative of any setbacks that came along that we were transparent about. And I think it led to and culminated to this process that we just finished here in the last couple of days. And so all three agencies affirmed their ratings on Lubbock Power and Light of A1 by Moody's, A+ by S&P, and A+ by Fitch. Lots of information batted back and forth, an entire rewrite of the official statement that will be published and has been published with respect to this transaction, because so much has happened, so much is anticipated, so much needed to be updated. And I tip my hat to everyone that got involved in that. Yes, we get paid to do what we do for you all, but without the good help of LP&L and the city, this wouldn't look nearly like it looks today. The bonds will be structured with two types of transactions, really, one on a 20-year payback and one on a 30-year. I'll differentiate that for you in just a minute. We plan on using a 10-year optional call. However, given the time of year that we're issuing, it may be that we're able to get away with a 9-year call without any type of interest rate penalties. So we'll certainly take a look into that. We've got information in here about the cost of issuance on an estimated basis. We had a nice call with Mr. Kostelich this week to go through some of this information. And again, our job in that vein is to shave that down and to be fair and to get it to a market level. So we're working very hard to get that done. We anticipate that we will price this transaction on the 12th. So this Thursday morning, we'll be in the marketplace. We have certain technological advances that allow you all to watch this. We're happy to let you have that if you'd like to see this and watch the bond sale. It's been a very nice week for the market. It's somewhat of an uncrowded menu this week. Last year, we did just over $9 billion in issuance nationally, and this year, it's somewhere in the $5 billion camp. So it's a good week to be in the marketplace. Things seem to be steady. Your syndicate is led by Bank of America, who actually offered the note program as well. Citigroup, Goldman, and Jefferies will be co-managers. And we are taking a look at the possibility of doing insurance on all or a portion of the transaction, but only if that's economically to your advantage. We got the bid as I was sitting over there. And I know that Julie McMillan, my colleague, is working on that right now. So we'll make sure that we keep you posted on that. But rest assured that if we use that, it will be to the benefit of Lubbock Power and Light in the city of Lubbock. On page 9, this is your outstanding debt service by series. No new issuances are included herein. But I did want to show this to you so that the citizens that are watching could see what your debt profile looks like. And again, it's, as I would say in my business, beautifully crafted. It is descending debt service over a period of time that has been well managed. lots of room for growth and additional CapEx, should that be the need. And then these are preliminary numbers that were run as of August the 4th. And I'm going to focus on a couple things, primarily in the middle and to the right-hand portion of the page. But in the middle, we've highlighted in yellow there for you things that we think are important and of note, not that they're not all. The all-in TIC is the interest rate on a present value basis with all costs included of 2.7%. So 30-year note, some of which is 20-year amortized, some of which is 30-year amortized, 2.7%. On the right-hand side of the page, you can see on a preliminary basis what the total debt service looks like just on this borrowing. And it's relatively level, 15.5 million or so until you get out to year 2042, where it drops to about 13.5 million. And that's the differentiation between the 20-year assets and the 30-year assets that are financed. And I do want to remind you that this debt service will be paid for by TCOS revenue reimbursements from the state that were part of your PUC process and filings and the ultimate outcome of your ability to join ERCOT. So this is not something that will be tacked on to the utility bills of the citizens of the city of Lubbock. And then finally, this is just a snapshot of the cover of the official statement that has been published. I do want to make note that along with the POS, we did an investor presentation. And when I say we, I should have said they. Bank of America Corporation undertook that with the help of the staff of Lubbock Power and Light and the city. Lots of work went into that as well. I think it's well crafted. It looks a whole lot like your rating presentation, but on a more condensed version. And that's something else you may want to take a look at. I think it's pretty nifty. We've gotten reads from, I love technology. They know who looks at your stuff, and they gave us a list of investors that had gone through your investor presentation. It's quite impressive. It's the who's who of Wall Street bond investors, you know, the Vanguards, the Mackay Shields, BlackRock, all the usual players that you would expect to look at this. So I expect to see a very big audience and a nice reception in the marketplace. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I will stop and answer questions at this point. Thank you.
Okay, questions for Mr. Bowles? You want to comment on our last item? You want to, you don't have a separate presentation for it, do you? Okay. You want to comment on that while you're up, Matt?
I'm happy to. So I mentioned earlier how, let's see, what's the word I'm looking for here? How useful this product was that B of A offered, this note program. In lieu of doing a commercial paper program, which is what cities and utilities typically do, we opted to go with a direct lending program that Bank of America has that is essentially a line of credit that's available at your calling. And it was a $300 million facility. It expires this December 31st. There's no coincidence to that. LIBOR, as we know it today, goes away December 31st. So we timed it such that would go away. And so it was priced as a percentage of LIBOR. And it works so well, and the short end of the yield curve was so low that it was so economically important to the cause here that we felt like it would be nice to increase, not to increase, but to extend that note program, but decrease it in size so that as LP&L uses more CapEx for improvements over the next 3 or 4 years, roughly 60 million, we wanted to extend it. So we went to them and negotiated terms, and I think they're very good terms. I know that because my firm opined on that and our credit people looked at it. And so you all have in front of you an item tonight to extend that program for 3 years for 60 million with an accordion clause. And this accordion clause allows you upon notice to expand that to 75 million. So an additional 15 million should you need that, but it will initially be sized at 60 million with an unused fee of 25 basis points. So to the extent that it's unused, you pay 25 basis points on that 60 million until half of it's drawn. So once 30 million of it's drawn, you pay 0. And then you pay interest at SIFMA plus 38 basis points, which is just an incredible, think of it right now, SIFMA reset at 0.02 yesterday. So that's 40 basis points for short-term borrowing. It's incredible. And obviously you don't have to use it if you don't want to use it. If SIFMA raises, Fed raises short rates, you can just go back to your traditional way of financing your assets in the long-term debt world. So we thought that was an important asset and a good tool for them to have as they go forward. And happy to answer any questions about that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bowles. Questions on 719 or 720? I know, council, that I think most all of us were briefed on this in some detail in the electric utility, our most recent electric utility board meeting. Okay. I know we have bond counsel here, and he certainly would open for any questions for ORIC. They're represented here tonight also. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Council, let's go to item 719. It's on page 545. Is there a motion to begin consideration?
Move to approve.
Thank you for the motion, Mr. Mastrigal. The second, Mr. Chavez. Is there further discussion on the item 719? All those in favor of the motion to approve 719, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? That motion carries 7-0. Okay, 720 is on page 601. It's the restructure and extension of that line of credit and with Bank of America, Bank of America, that Mr. Bowles just explained. To begin consideration of this, is there a motion? Thank you, Ms. Joy, for the motion. Can I take that as a second, Mr. Chavez? Second from Mr. Chavez. Discussion on this one, council. All right. All those in favor of the motion to approve item 720, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that very same sign? The motion carries 7-0. I believe that takes care of our business for the evening. Ms. Garza?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. Mr. Weaver, you good? Okay. Council, staff, thank you very much for being here. Thanks for our finance, our outside finance team for being here also. It is 6:46 PM. It's a great day in Lubbock, Texas. We are adjourned.